Shalom, everybody. Hope everybody's having a Tawab Shabbat today. Shout out to isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Norfolk, Virginia, isbhpk Rochester, New York. Shout out LA Judah, Cobb, teaching in Guatemala. Shalom to everyone out here who are truly conscientiously committing themselves to the teaching and development of our nation. I salute y'all. I respect what y'all do and commit to every day. And once again, let's hope we get a good, positive, strong class in today. I'm pretty sure it's going to be that way. You ready for your preps? You got your stuff. All right. Imagine Mopanya, Yerushalayim. Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Hahawa. Nothing on a war. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing on the Rayach. Nayachacha. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nathon Lano. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasya,
Ayanyamya,
Hahayam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Aizoya, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Sheshemoya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Sheshewamot, Yashrala, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tezalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Mayawam, Wala'a, Hanabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashmoya, Makol, Right, Yashmoya, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashmoya, Abulakya, Abu'aya, Ma'aitha, I will love.
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharallah. Yahweh. Allahayanu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharallah. Yahweh. Allahayanu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharallah. Yahweh. Allahayanu. Yahweh. Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodesh, Hayab, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Daba'ab, Ratazaka, Hayab, Aisha, Ratazak, Kawab, Hayab, Bashamayim, Natalanawa, Cham, Ko, Yawam, Basilachana, Chawabatina, Haslachana, Chawabatina, Wala'a, Tab Ya'nao, Banasai 1, Abo, Lava Shine Out, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Baha'ala, Bahatha Pa'arat, La'ai Walamyam. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
10 commandments. La'a, Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
2. La'a, Ta'ina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Ta'ibado.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Talak Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, La Qurashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'atharatazak,
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
7. La'a, Thana'a,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Tha'ina, Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10. La'a, Tha'chamat, Ko, Ashara, La Ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Birthday Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
All right. Israel Yishabim.
Everybody sit.
We are going to need Josephus today. Let's change the whole thing up, man. Put the other blue in the back, all right? I don't know what they up to. It's all good. It's probably that guy right there.
I know.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You need one, sis?
Got one on you? There's one more then.
We have more.
How about you, sir? No, back there?
Well,
You didn't see?
you don't see this?
We're gonna need other books too.
Back there?
We're doing a little bit of kind of researching different elements of this time. So be patient with us. One more?
Yeah, that's right here. Actually, two.
What's that?
I just
Oh, wait. I'm just curious. Who
Let's put it down. Let's put it down. Okay. Matthew, you good?
kinda.
That's awesome. Strong man's answer right there.
Yeah.
Classic Jew.
All power, all power, all power all the time, which is phenomenal. So
That's important, bro.
It's important.
Shit.
Okay. So,
Today's topic's going into
the bad things that Solomon did, bro. What we went into, what we've kind of focused on for the last few weeks, was Solomon's consistency, his attention to detail, all of the how he orchestrated and operated the maintenance of the nation, and how he was really good at it. He got the temple put together. He fortified the walls. He did a lot of great things for Israel. He networked. He taught the people. He kept the people happy. All these things were good, but we're gonna sit back and see that with all the good, his heart wasn't perfect in the Lord, and you're gonna see that reoccurring theme throughout the scriptures. As we go through the rest of Kings, you're gonna hear about certain good kings, certain bad kings, certain kings that were good, but they sinned too. You're gonna see this theme, and it starts off with Solomon. Okay, so let's get 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 1. We're going to run through these verses one at a time. We're going to take our time and kind of go to multiple verses to kind of build on top of things. But first things first, 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 1, and let's start off with Yohanan.
Yohanada, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashal.
Yohanada, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashal. Imagine, bro. Yahawah Hashem Yashagadah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatam.
All right. 1 Kings 11.
Careful with that cord, you kind of pulled
Yeah, I
off.
almost knocked it out like an idiot, bro. I saw that. Bro. Gotta kick it out more. Thank you, sir. I think that's the one to the actual camera too.
1 Kings chapter 11.
11 and 1.
11 and 1. Come. But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, Zidonians, and Hittites.
First of all, it didn't really make a lot of sense to me from the beginning why he had to set aside an entire quarters for the daughter of Pharaoh. It didn't make sense because even when I read back, that Pharaoh's queen, the daughter of Pharaoh, that Solomon had her set up in David's old quarters first. He had her posted up in David's old quarters until his house was set up. It was just weird. It was weird how many concessions he made for this non-Israelite woman. But when you sit back and read about, they talked about how she stayed in the palace that was near Milo. And just to bring it out real quick, Milo, if you see online, look at the city of David, you see David's palace, and Milo is the fort or the stepping stone leading up to David's palace. So in pretty much in part, she was posted up in David's crib, and I would imagine he was too, while all the construction of the temple was being done. It's just the concessions he made, man. It was kind of fishy leading into the whole situation. And after the daughter of Pharaoh, the whole process of falling in love with strange women continued with the Moabites.
Would you say that his affinity towards her was extreme?
You can see that it was because of what he did with the others and how far he went and the extent that he went to placate these women and to feed that negative that was in them, that was brought out from him also, that came out of him also. So he was into the daughter of Pharaoh, Egyptian women, Moabite women. You got Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, which was near Hiram's people, Tyre and Zidon. So Zidonians, he was messing with them gals, Phoenicians, the Hittites. All of it's the same, and he started falling in love with all of them. So now let's continue in verse 2.
1 Kings 11, verse 2. Of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you. For surely they will turn away your heart after their gods.
Let's hear. I want to go in there a little bit later. It's in there. It's all good, man. Read verse 2 again. I'm sorry.
God. 1 Kings 11, verse 2. Of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, Ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you. For surely they will turn your heart away after their gods. Solomon clave unto these in love.
Listen, he fell in love with this strange, man. When the Most High said not to. Now we're going to hold this verse. We're going to jump to Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 23 through 27. Nehemiah chapter 13,
23,
23.
27.
We're going back there to First Kings, so somebody give me that.
Nehemiah 13 and verse 3.
No,
Now,
23. It's 23.
23. So, Nehemiah 13 and verse 23.
Now, just so we can get some context to this chapter, this was when Israel was losing their mind, messing with the nations again. They were sitting back here picking women from other different nations and dealing with them, and they were going bananas in this process. Okay? So read verse 23.
Nehemiah 13 and verse 23. In those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab. And their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Jews' language.
So what it's saying is, not only were the kids half mixed up, they couldn't speak Hebrew. They were speaking solely of the nations of their mothers. Okay, read on.
But according to the language,
Which means you also know if they're speaking the language of their mama, they following the gods of their mama too.
And the
They following
traditions,
the traditions and the influence,
customs.
the diet,
Yep.
the snacks, the cookies,
Yeah.
all the foul food,
All their holidays.
all their customs. Yes, I.
These are the kids of Solomon?
Not in Nehemiah.
Oh.
That
It's like a parallel.
it's a parallel, and it's going to explain. Solomon's going to tie in a couple verses.
Okay.
But I'm just showing you that in this chapter, we were repeating the same process of marrying strange women and committing ourselves to strange wives. Okay, let's continue.
Nehemiah 13 and verse 25. And I contended with them, and cursed them, and smote certain of them, and plucked off their hair.
Listen, he was kicking these guys' ass, huh? He said when he saw Israel chumping out and messing with these nations, these Moabite guys, Nehemiah sat back here and shook him out. He was hitting these dudes. He hit him out.
He said, I contended with them.
He said, he contended, he cursed him, Atalo Judah. And he sat back here and smote them. He was putting hands on these dudes, huh? They were destroying the nation, huh?
Yeah. They were the enemy of the nation.
It was an enemy of the nation to do this.
There's always the enemy of the nation.
Kinda.
Or commingling of the nations.
But it was watering down the nation from the inside. So he put hands on them, and he was plucking off their hair, not his hair.
Right.
He was taking these dudes' hair off, huh?
Putting bald spots on their head.
Exactly, huh? He was dragging these dudes around, huh? Read on.
And plucked off their hair, and made them swear by the Most High, saying, Yea, shall not give your daughters unto their sons.
Bro, listen. He kicked their ass into submission, huh? He put hands on them to where they said, now say it again. You will not, I will not.
Yeah.
Deal with these damn nations. Deal with these nations.
Yeah.
Listen, this is what he's saying. This is what the scripture says. I'm not making this up. He shook these dudes up to confessions, huh? Is this not what the word said?
And he said, made them swear by the Most High.
But he made them swear after it said he contended with them, cursed them, smote certain of them. They weren't going to listen unless they got punched in the mouth a couple times, huh? Anyway, I'm just painting this picture how serious this was. Read on.
And made them swear by the Most High, saying, Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things?
He's like, Solomon did the same thing just a few generations ago. And he's like, didn't Solomon sin by this? And didn't we see the magnitude of what Solomon did and the negative effect that it had on our people down the line? As we go into 1 Kings 11, you're going to see the effect and how blatant and negative things that Solomon did. Okay? Well, let's keep going.
Yet among many nations was there no king like him.
No doubt, because it was great. He was great in the things that he was talented in, but he was just as great in the negative. And that's the problem too. The curse of being ultra talented is what Kanye said, huh? It's hard to be humble when you're stunned on the jumbotron, huh? When things is working for you and everything's working in your hands, you got all that power, it's hard to keep you humble when you have all that ability and talent.
It's like last night's class dealing with King Asa. Most High was with him on many occasions, many levels. But when he got wealthy, he forgot his power. Men get caught up in their comfort zone. They get caught up into their wealth. They get caught up in their status. And after a while, I don't need the Most High as much. So therefore, I'm not going to focus on the Father. I'm going to focus on what I think, what I want to do.
Or I want to focus on perfecting other arenas. I want to conquer other situations and tap into other things. Exactly.
You know,
Richness, being rich, being bored, being unmotivated.
You know, we always have the idea that righteousness means I get to insert my pleasure in the midst of me being righteous. Because Solomon had the right, he had the right ideas, he had the right attitude, he had the right initial heart towards the Most High. The Most High paid him a visit twice.
Yes.
You know, so obviously Solomon had the right sacrifices. He had the right idea about pertaining to wisdom. But somewhere in the midst of that, he started inserting his ideas of what he wants in the mix of it. And that's a valuable lesson, that no matter what the Most High give you, it's never still about what you want. You know, and inserting your pleasure. Because then you compromise righteousness. And that's exactly what's happening.
So get verse 26 again from the top.
Nehemiah 13 and verse 26. Did not Solomon king of Israel sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his power. And the Most High made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin.
Listen, outlandish women caused him to sin. Was it they were outlandish women, and he served them.
And we know what it's like to do with outlandish women as far as that are of our own people. We deal with women that, okay, man, you know what, she don't really believe this truth thing, bro, but I care about her. We know what that's like for brothers that have been through that. And you're you're trying to convince. I'm sorry. You read the scripture right here. Listen, we can't be having Christmas. No Christmas. The Bible's against that.
You ain't gonna tell me I ain't
upright trees, silver and gold. That's Christmas, right? You look up a couple months later, when you see a Christmas tree, you're like, oh my God, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
Why do you have this going on? Well, you know, the kids love it, and I'm like, listen, man.
I'm bringing family over.
Listen, this is wicked.
They're smiling. They ask you ain't cooking no pork this year.
I'm already forgiven. I said, okay, man. But
my sins are washed with the blood of the Lamb. What you saying?
This is your own people, but their outlandish ways and their gentilic ways always bleed into the relationship, and it's a force of who's gonna dominate, who's gonna control the narrative, who's gonna control the direction of the relationship. Now imagine with the nation.
I remember during the time of Moses.
Yeah.
And those Moabite women came up to the men of Israel. We had a couple victories. We were confident in ourselves. And then the Midianites brought some bad Moabites up there to them. And all the young men and young warriors started folding out. And women were like, listen, we don't mind dealing with y'all, but we got to deal with y'all on some. There's got to be some conditions. What are these conditions? Well, pray tell, what are these conditions? May you speak on. She's like, listen, we're going to serve our gods and appreciate and respect our gods. You know what? If they thought about it for a second, it was like, challenge accepted. Yes, this can happen. And then Moses had to sit back here, and there was another coup, and a bunch of cats had to die. Because you know that when it comes to a man's flesh, whether it's Solomon, whether it was Israel during the time of Moses, whether it was Israel during the time of Nehemiah, our flesh and our comfort was more important than standing up for what's right. Yes, I
just had the definition of outlandish. I had to Google it real quick, and then I got the 1828, and it's an interesting parallel contrast. So the simple Google definition of outlandish is looking or sounding bizarre or unfamiliar.
Okay.
Then you go to the 1828, always gives a better definition because it's more old school. It's more like where it originally came from. 1828 is what was it? Foreign or of another nativity. I think is what it said.
Not native.
Not native, foreign or not native.
And it's outlandish.
So it's
it's
more-
outlandish to our principles. Outlandish to our doctrine.
I wanted to go there because that's not a name. That's not a word we probably use in everyday.
Listen, we 1828 all the time,
Yeah.
but that's more than good.
But it's outland. I mean, this is out of your land. This is
Yeah.
not of your people.
Huh?
I didn't see that outland.
Yeah, outland. This is not of your land.
Yeah, that's a Muslim definition.
Oh, come on,
Out.
brother.
Land, brother. Out of the land, brother. You didn't know that?
Maybe London.
Anyway, I'm telling
Telling lies to the vision.
Give me verse 27.
God. Nehemiah 13 and verse 27. Shall we then hearken unto you to do all this great evil, to transgress against our power in marrying strange wives?
And this is what Nehemiah understood. It was a great evil to do what Solomon was doing. It was a great evil to do what the people during the time of Nehemiah, which was the reconstruction period of Israel. That was our time. We was reconstructing the temple. Israel was backsliding quickly after that. Okay? Now we're going to let all that go and now jump to Exodus chapter 34 and verse 12 through 16. Exodus 34, verse 12. Let's see. Shalom, everybody online. Let me get it real quick. Exodus 34, verse 12. I'm ready.
God. Exodus 34 verse 12. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other power. For the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous power.
Listen, the Most High is a jealous power. And this is why the Most High was so pissed. You're going to read down the line that Most High, man, I appeared to you twice, and you still did this? I physically, not physically, but appeared to him in a vision twice. And you sat back and you still turned your back on me? And you still went a whoring after gods?
You know,
Just to sit back here and please women?
it just shows that we don't value the Most High's company.
No, bro.
And we'll sell that out. To have the Most High's support and to have His company and to have His acknowledgement is not that valuable to us. Especially when you pair that against sensual pleasure. We'd much rather have sensual pleasure than the Most High's approval. And that's dangerous. That's very dangerous, man.
Let's keep going. Give me verse 13. 15 through 16, yeah.
Exodus 34 verse 15. Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their powers, and do sacrifice unto their power.
When you see lowercase g's, you say gods.
Go ahead and say God.
Because there's no power.
God.
Okay. So read that part again. And they go a whoring after their what?
After their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods. And one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice.
Because the reality is, and we're not going to go into the specifics of all of these gods. We're going to lightly gloss over it because the scripture does say not to mention the gods. Right. So we're going to go over it briefly just for basic edification. But listen, it wasn't just that Solomon was getting some nation, you know what, and having fun and going home. If he was going and serving these guys, he was tapping in. He was tapping into all the things that the nation was doing. There was a lot of defilement going on in this vessel and his spirit, and the Most High was truly disgusted at him for that.
It was tapping into the interests of his woman.
God.
This is where this is where our relationship was getting fostered.
And what you're going to read is, and I didn't want to spill it too early, but that the process of him serving those women and doing all the things that they were doing was what Solomon meant by madness. And how he had sat back and explored madness. The madness was the serving of these other gods. It wasn't going to it wasn't no damn psychiatric hospital and he had white straitjackets in there and he was being crazy like that. The madness he's talking about is the madness of the servitude of these women and the madness of the pursuing of these gods. And we'll go into that in a little bit. Let's continue. Verse 16. No, 15. Are you 15 done?
15 is done.
Okay, give me verse 16.
Go. Exodus 34:16. And thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a whoring after their gods.
So he's telling you that it's the problem with mixing with these nations. You defile yourself, you defile your children, you defile your family, and you make everything around you after that. Now it's tainted because you can't keep a positive, pure environment in your household. Because this influence is always going to creep itself in to your home.
Duplicit culture.
So we're going to let that verse go. We're going to jump back to 1 Kings chapter 11. Let me see. Now we're at verse 3. Let's read that. Oops.
God. 1 Kings chapter 11 verse 3. And he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines.
Listen, brother, he had a lot of time on his hand, and he had the ability to multitask on a super high level. So if you can multitask on a high level, that means you are always able to free up time for you to tap into your flesh and your indulgence. You had 700 wives, 300 concubines, bro. It was nothing but a distraction for him. Read on.
And his wives turned away his heart. For it came to pass when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart after their gods.
Matter of fact,
after other gods.
Before you go to verse 4, give me Deuteronomy 17 and 17. Because verse 3 just deals with the number of women he had. And these are all reminders that the scriptures has given us over time about the limits and boundaries any man should have. Even a king has to be conscious of the volume of distractions and women that you have in your life. Deuteronomy 17 and 17.
Deuteronomy 17 verse 17. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart shall not away.
Matter of fact, give me verse 15 through 17.
God. Deuteronomy chapter 17 verse 15.
Yeah.
15, so which one?
15 through 17. 15 through 17 gives you a little more background. Read that.
Thou shalt in any wise set king over thee, whom the Lord thy power shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee.
So obviously this is Moses giving the parameter of the time when we were going to choose kings. He said if you're going to choose a king, make sure you choose this king from your own people. Read on.
Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother.
Exactly. Read on.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself.
Listen, Solomon had a lot of damn horses.
Yeah. Yeah. They had horse cities.
Yeah. he had horse cities that cultivated these animals.
With the jockeys.
He sat back here and had nations sit back and send heavy supplies to sustain these animals. He had horse jockeys. He had a whole fleet of six footers.
Yeah.
6 foot horse jockeys out that was strong and young, and they had to get fed, they had to get taken care of. He had a whole system, and as majestic as it was, and as powerful as it was, and we explained it last week how he had they all wore purple, he wore white. The entourage was fire, he was sprinkling gold on his hair. They had gold on their hair.
Yeah, they was running to the next city every morning.
And it was running on the Black Onyx Road,
Yeah.
which is phenomenal. Listen, that just sounds phenomenal.
Yeah.
There's a black marble, it wasn't honest, it was black marble flow out.
Yeah.
They was tiptoeing on the marble flows out. Anyway, what's the point of it? It was excessive, and what it could lead to was the inflation of the ego. And it would get you to the point. This is why not having all these horses was an issue, or having excessive horses an issue, because it fed pride, it fed ego,
And it was showing a desire for excess in general.
Exactly. That's the point.
He's already developing the habit of excessiveness.
Exactly.
And we try to teach men to be moderate in their approach to most things in life.
Because moderation keeps you connected to the Heavenly Father, and excess detaches you from the need to keep pleasing the Heavenly Father. So this was why all these horses weren't necessary. And you're going to start seeing through all the things he did and how he carried himself, the Most High had an issue with a lot of how he did things. Even though it was royal and it was on a grandiose stage, and he augmented the caliber of so many things in our nation, the process of him augmenting this caliber also brought about this excessiveness and also led to his demise also. So let's continue.
I bring one scripture up. 1 Corinthians 7:33. 1 Corinthians 7:33.
First Corinthians 7 and verse 33. But he that is married careth for the things that are of the world.
And that's the danger. When you get married, there's nothing wrong with being married. But a lot of times your allegiances change. Your commitments change and your focus changes.
You been married 700 times?
That's exactly
a damn problem.
That's a lot of worldly pursuits, and also that's a lot of worldly pulls on you.
And connections have to be made.
Yep. They say he that is married, read.
But he that is married careth for the things that are of the world, how he may please his wife.
How he may do what?
How he may please his wife.
Because you know what? You're gonna be tainted, and you're gonna be pulled with the things that she cares about. It's not so much that the things that, as a man, you know, the head of every man is Christ. So our mind's got to be on what pleases Christ. But a woman's mind sometimes is going to be about the things that she feels like she needs in the world to keep up with these other women.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of times you get women, you get a married woman, and she's eyeballing the ring of another woman at her job.
Yeah.
And then she got a little baby, little quarter ounce diamond on her finger, maybe a little eighth of a cut diamond. And then the other women on the job got the half carat, whole carat, 2 carat diamond rings. And then your woman, she ashamed because she like, you know what, I can't keep up with these women. And they driving cars better than hers. And they got outfits better than hers. The kids go to school better than hers.
Or if you watch on Instagram, you'll always see those couples doing relationship goal things that you ain't never did before.
Yeah,
you can never keep up with that shit.
Yeah, you can't keep up with that.
Yeah, I don't know if you see on Instagram it's relate. Me and my wife are doing this. We strutting. We doing this fun things in these parks and these locations.
The power couple. It's the power couple.
Like you can't compete with this shit. What's that?
It's the power couple.
These niggas got weekends off every weekend. They got all this time and shit out.
Yeah.
And they got all these vacations.
We just came back
2 weeks vacation. We ain't got that time.
Always in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Come on, that.
Yeah.
They always got the infinity pools in the background. Like, come on,
it's
bro.
It's the Bahamas, but they always got season passes everywhere.
Yeah.
They always got season passes.
And your ribs are watching this shit all the time like this.
Yeah. Yeah, they try to act like they doing their job. They try to act like they do their job. They hear the women talking.
Yeah.
And they hear the women talking at the work, talking about all the joy that they got, the freedoms they got, the liberties they got. And our women are sewing clothes. And sewing garments, cutting
counsel. They counseling there when they get out of work.
Like they get yelled at. They done sewing. But our women are great. But I'll say this. But
I'm just saying that's a battle. That's a damn battle.
It's a battle to keep up. And then you got to hear about what other women have. You're in a fight when you married to keep up with what other women have that's not even your wife.
Right.
You married to them other women and what they want in life, and you got to decipher what's important. And you're constantly trying to remind your wife that's not important. That's not what the Most High is looking at. You know what I'm saying? And so now you're in a battle, and that's just with one wife. That's just with one.
That's trying to be in the truth and trying to do right.
It's trying to do right.
You got 700 that's serving Baal.
Yeah.
It's 700 that's just straight doing other gods.
You know, they're always sad. They're unless you sacrifice.
And they're speaking in their foreign language. I don't know what to God.
Yeah.
What does that mean? No. Nation God. You don't serve my nation God with me. We don't do things together.
Yeah.
700 of them?
Yeah. Never happy?
Because you got to keep pleasing them.
Huh?
Let's spend some time together. We're going to do it like in the old country in Zidonia. In Zidonia, we do these things.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Come on, Doc.
We dance the dance.
You know what that means?
Yeah.
But yeah, they dance the dance in Zidonia.
It's always foul.
But you get the point. The constant chasing and pursuing of trying to make these nations happy will drive you to madness.
Gotta prove my love again.
But you chose it. You chose 700.
If you love them again, And listen, what's the next stage of proving your love? We just kissed. We just went. I picked you flowers. Took
It's
you
not
out.
enough, bro. Shit.
We saw the sunset.
That happened one time. The
Now-
flower thing works one time.
Now we're at the altar. Now we're at the altar of Shamash.
Yeah.
Prove you love me. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
It keeps getting closer and
I know.
closer to what their core is, their upbringing,
Yep.
their nation, their land.
Yeah. You done with that?
Mm-hmm.
Let's finish off in Deuteronomy.
God. Deuteronomy
Give me verse 16 again. 17 to 16.
17 and verse 16. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord has said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way.
He said, stop doing that way. We were doing the horse thing during the time of them judges. Solomon took it to the next level. Read on.
Deuteronomy 17 verse 17. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself,
Solomon did all these things. Multiplied horses, multiplied wives. Read on.
that his heart turn not away.
And that in chapter 1's verse in 1 Corinthians explained how having all those wives would turn your heart away from the pursuing of the Heavenly Father. Yes,
I was just gonna ask, what do the horses represent again?
it's just majesty, it's honor, it's respect, it's clout, it's image.
Oh, okay.
Because most people didn't have the money. Most people had enough money just for a mule. You understand? Listen, horses was one thing. Mules were one thing. And I did that. I think a mule is a kind of a cross between two different type of animal
Horse and
species. Yeah, horse and a donkey. But the horses were more higher end. They were more expensive. They were harder to maintain. The donkey you used for working and just getting around, basically. The horse was like that Ferrari,
Yeah.
or it was that damn Lambo or Maybach, whatever. What the hell is your shit? That's what it was. Audi R8. It was something really phenomenal. And the maintenance of all those horses, it just took a lot. That and chariots. And you got horses and you got chariots behind that.
Remember, he trained them until they were faster than anybody else in the nation. Anybody else around him. His horses were faster and stronger.
It consumes.
So it was about speed. Just like men get cars,
Yeah.
and they always it's bragging rights.
Yeah.
You know, my car's faster than your car.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Mine's more valuable.
It's all image, huh? It's all image, huh?
That makes sense.
The money and the money and the power. It's money, power, and respect.
I got a Ferrari, you got a Toyota.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down over there. We gonna run over here.
Keep up.
Keep up.
You got it on your
I used to
license
work
plate.
at a racetrack, man. I seen
Get your weight up, man. Get your weight up.
I used to work at a racetrack, man. I seen all the different, like the Arabians and the Klondikes, and like some of them are immaculate.
They are phenomenal.
Yeah.
I take my kids to
I
like
wonder how
SeaWorld,
much
bro.
that cost.
At SeaWorld they had the
Clydesdales.
Clydesdales were phenomenal, bro. Those animals looked like Master of the Universe damn horses. They were huge.
Yep.
They were healthy. The hair was fluffy. These are phenomenal animals, bro.
Muscles.
Hell yeah. But the money it costs to keep them up, shit, man. Anyway, so we got the part where neither shall he multiply wives to himself, let his heart turn not away. Read on.
Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold.
It still goes back to all of these things: the pursuit of money, pursuit of riches, pursuit of women, pursuit of these horses.
And those things are just things that show their consumption of the mind. Their mind-consuming pursuits. Whether it be gold, it's a mind-consuming pursuit. Whether it be women, it's a mind-consuming pursuit. Whether it be horses, it's still attention-consuming.
Yep.
So when you're consumed by so many outside endeavors,
Yep.
where's the time to focus on the Most High?
To meditate on him.
Where's that time to repose and focus on the Father?
Think about what. Listen, Solomon wrote books, David wrote books, but you can tell where David's heart was at. He was constantly in meditation with the Heavenly Father. Versus Solomon kept more of an analytical approach, but he always had other pursuits that would pull him off. We're going to let this verse go in Deuteronomy 17 and go to Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 7, verse. It's Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 7, verse 25 through 29. Listen, I'm sorry. Listen, on the computer screen it says Ecclesiasticus. It's just Ecclesiastes. All right? It's in the Bible. Let's continue. And shalom, everyone, once again. Ecclesiastes 7. 25.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 25. I applied my heart to know and to search and to seek out wisdom.
So listen, this is Solomon saying he's applied his heart to understand wisdom, to seek understanding, and to seek the reasons of things, why things are the way they are. Read on.
And the reason of things.
Mm-hmm.
And to know the wickedness of folly.
But the thing is this. Why would you sit back and see the necessity of trying to research the wickedness of folly? Because that's what took him into that path he went down. The pursuit of the folly. Why would I pursue folly? Because there was nothing else for me to do. I was bored. That's part of it. But that pursuit of folly, what he's doing with these women was the pursuit of folly. Him sitting back here and entertaining these Zidonian women.
Like, why are you doing this? He can't.
There was no need.
He doesn't have a good justification to explain. I get when you're dealing with treaties with nations.
Yeah.
But how, you need 700 treaties?
Listen, you can understand. That's why when he did Egypt, okay, that woman was right there. That was a strategic spot to protect yourself. But now you're getting Zidonian bras. Hiram wasn't a threat. Moab wasn't a threat. David took care of that a long time ago. Yeah. You getting Edom bras out? They weren't a threat. The men were wiped out. All these different nations weren't threats. You just were entertained with what they were about. What was their culture about? Why did they do the things they did? That don't make sense. Let me go into it. And you look into it, all of a sudden you're sitting back here bowing to their gods.
Yep.
So he says, he sat back here to get to understand the reason of things and to know what?
The wickedness of folly.
To know the wickedness of folly. And he learned the wickedness of folly based on how he served these other gods. Read on.
And the word folly in the Strong's is talking about, folly means foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
It's the wickedness of foolishness. Why do people do foolish things? Let me do the same foolish things and find out why they do it.
And then also, I went over it a couple of days ago, or last week, or a couple of weeks ago, where it talked about how it was in Esdras 9, and it says this is 2nd Esdras 9 and 13. And it says, and therefore be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished and when, but inquire how the righteous shall be saved, whose the world is, and for whom the world is created. Right. So whether I'm sitting back here and trying to figure out how the wicked are going to fall, or I'm trying to figure out why the wicked does what they do, that path and that process is foolishness, and it's a waste of time. And this is what Solomon was sitting. He was almost too deep for his own good. Why sit back here and understand why? Why the wicked do what they do? Why do these Zidonians operate like they operate? Why do the Edomites operate how they operate? You can tell that was the initial thought, and then he got pulled into more. Right. He got pulled into that foolish pursuit. So,
and one scripture on top of that, Proverbs 27 and 20. Just how we get pulled in those pursuits. What pulls man to those pursuits to where you'll compromise.
Can you check that real quick?
Proverbs 27 verse. Okay, you got it.
Proverbs chapter 27 and verse 20. Hell and destruction.
It says what?
Hell and destruction are never full.
Go ahead. What else?
So the eyes of man.
So the eyes of man. Go ahead.
Are never satisfied.
So it's showing you that man's eyes are never content with what he knows. Man always wants to know more than what the Most High gives him. Know is just not good enough. Just like you tell a kid, hey, don't go hang out with the kids over there. Because your parents see something that you don't see. And you're asked, the question that the kid always asks is why? What's wrong with him? I don't see what's wrong with him. Well, the parents see something that you don't. The parent knows something that he knows about the parents of those children and how they're raised, of how they'll influence you. But in our minds, we always want to know why. Why can't we do this? When the scriptures say, thou shalt not eat pork or swine, it's an abomination. well, why can't we eat pork?
No.
Is it because they didn't have refrigerators? Is it
Yeah.
because they didn't have?
Or they didn't have the ability to get out all the treats nia.
Oh yeah, the damn
all
worm.
the worms out of it.
The trick knot worm.
They didn't have like the specific instructions on how to cook the meat at the proper temperature so they don't get sick.
Yeah, they didn't know. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know you could salt the pork.
They weren't grass-fed pork. That was
right. Grain-fed pork.
If you just insulate them and just allow them to eat grains and
then they're clean.
Then they're clean.
See, that's what people do when they're not content with just what the Most High is telling them. Stop. That's not enough. We always want to know the background and the behind the scenes of why the Most High said no about the pork. That's not good enough.
And this is Solomon. Solomon wants to know why. How come the Edomite gods are the wrong gods? How come Moab in the pursuit of Shamash and all these gods, why this was a bad thing?
Right.
Let me figure out why. And that pursuit was deadly for him. Sometimes no just means no. A lot of times no just means no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
a great point.
That's man for you. Man always wants to know things that the Most High don't want him to know.
Especially the smart guys. Solomon was a smart guy, and he wanted to sit back here and had to find out why. So he sit back. This is why he says a lot of times at the end of his statements that all was vanity. It was a wasted pursuit.
Yep.
To pursue the extremeness of folly and the madness of folly and all this wickedness, it was in vain. And now look what it got me. Look what it got me.
It's too far.
He went too far, and the Most had to sting him, and the nation had to fall because of his vain pursuits. Because just wasn't good enough. And that's another aspect of the pride that comes when you have all this money, when you have all the access to these things. You can't be told no anymore. You get all these horses, all this gold, all this power, all this women, all this influence. Who's going to tell me no? Who's going to challenge me? Let me keep pushing the envelope. Let me keep going for greater understanding. I've already understood wisdom. I've already understood how to please the Most High. Now let me understand this left side of the wicked zone.
Looking at, and I got you. Even Esau has that same issue. Esau.
They don't care about the righteous.
Obviously, Esau. We're on the earth. We're earth dwellers.
Yeah.
That's not good enough for Esau. Esau says, you know what? I see the moon. I want to go land on it. You weren't born on the moon. Your parents weren't born on the moon. I see Mars. I want to go live on it.
Yep.
You know what? If the Most High wanted you to live on Mars, you'd have been born on Mars. Now, we're going to terraform Mars. We're going to make a habitable destination and location and engage in space travel for monetary gain. But then they're watching that. They just released a news thread showing how the cells of the astronauts are now mutating because they've been in space too long.
Wow.
So now they've had these. So now their cells are mutating because they've been in space exposed to radiation too long. They're out the covering of the ionosphere and the atmosphere. So now they're mutating in their own cells. So you want to engage in life outside the earth? Well, this is what you got waiting for you. You got some mutation cells waiting for you.
And in their head, they're gonna double down on those. Bring those guys who's turning like animals inside.
Yeah.
Let's keep taking their blood.
Like
They're talking in their noses full.
Limbs falling off.
I don't know if y'all saw the fly. He was tripping out. That dude ate was sugar and candy and cookies out, and his nose was falling off. Anyway, that was a gross. It always stuck in my head, the fly. So he said it was the worst. So he's got, let me just stick this blood in you. Let's test this blood, so the next generation won't die like you guys are gonna die.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna keep going up here.
They ain't gonna stop.
We just gonna have to find ways to work around nature.
And that's the fall of man right there. That curiosity.
Yep. That pride. That curiosity is still based off of pride.
Yep.
Most High giving these boundaries for me is not acceptable. There's always another answer if I can think my way through this situation. And this is solid. Let me understand why they're so passionate about these gods. Let me tap into it. Is there power there? Is there a power in this pursuit? Let me pursue this madness. Because for years, brothers said the madness part was Solomon investigated crazy people. No, that's not true, bro. He tapped into the madness of idolatry, the folly of idolatry. That's what he tapped into. Read on.
God. And to know the wickedness of folly, even of foolishness and madness.
We're going to look at the definition of madness. This talks about extreme folly, headstrong passion, and rashness that can act in opposition to reason. So listen, reason tells him, just follow the law, statutes, and commandments. Madness says, man, forget this. I want to learn what that's about.
Yeah.
Listen, I can obtain two objectives. I can please these women, and I can understand why.
And you know what? I got madness in the Hebrew, Strong's.
Okay.
1947, H8, 1947. Madness is simply delusion.
Okay.
He's exploring different delusions.
And I want to know why. I want to know why. But like Jadakiss on a higher level.
Yeah.
Higher level was that?
Yeah. I can't remember the lyrics.
Yeah, but you get the point.
Well,
like those are like low Jake level questions.
Yeah.
Solomon had real questions he was trying to figure out in the process of, because just serving the Most High, it wasn't stimulating enough. He got to the point where he had the understanding, and it wasn't enough. So let me tap into madness. So let's keep reading.
He couldn't find contentment.
Mm-hmm.
Ecclesiastes 7 and verse 26.
So in the process of him learning this madness, tapping into this madness, we all know now he was serving these other women. He was learning their gods and their idolatry. Read on.
And I find more bitter than death the woman.
Why was the woman more bitter than death? What does it mean by the fact that finding woman is more bitter than death? Why would a woman be more bitter than death?
Because she wasn't satisfied.
Yes and no. The reason that the woman was more bitter than death was the fact that because he pursued his wife's every inclination, brought about death to him. It's not that women are death. It's just the fact that when you sit back here and pursue her every inclination, you are going to fall into some correction. You're gonna experience death.
There's not gonna be, because there's a false idea that if I give you, if I concede, if I give you what you're exactly specifying you need from me, that you're gonna be happy. That's a false idea, because it's not true with anybody, not men or women. You give a man what he wants, and he's happy for a couple months, and then really a couple weeks, and then after that, it's not good enough anymore. I want something else. Okay, I'm gonna give you what you want here. It's like giving a child every candy they ask for. I don't like this candy. I want the candy. Okay, here you go. I want that candy now. Okay, I want this toy. Then you look up, there's toys everywhere, there's candies everywhere. They're sick as a dog because their flesh is excessive, like our flesh is excessive. Like the woman's flesh is excessive. So more bitter than death means I'm giving you everything you want, and guess what? You're still not happy. R&B proved that.
Yep. R&B
proved it, bro. All the brothers singing about giving the stars.
I didn't know they proved it.
I didn't know the industry, the R&B industry.
Listen, they proved it. All these brothers, I'm gonna do everything for you.
Like Def Jam, Def Jam, and what's his name?
Babyface proved it to me.
Yeah, LaFace Records proved it.
Look, you would have thought you would have thought Babyface was the perfect husband, huh? And he's getting a divorce too, huh? You think Tom Brady's the perfect husband? He's Tom Brady. He's getting divorced too. You
cook the clothes and dinner and all that.
Nobody's happy.
Babyface is getting divorced. That's
Babyface getting divorced. Listen, bro, you can't win. So give all these desire. I'm gonna feed every desire. You can't make somebody happy.
It's funny, but he's true.
But it's sad. It's sad. Babyface couldn't do it.
Wow.
So what makes you think I can do it?
You would think it would work with him.
Like, if anybody can do it, Babyface.
If he lived off by his lyrics, if he lived by his lyrics, there's no way that he's gonna lose.
He meant what he said. He meant everything he said.
And he wrote songs for other artists too.
I know that. He isn't. I'm sorry.
He meant exactly what he said, and it still didn't work out. I'm like, wow, if it didn't work for him, this conceding game, this game of giving you what you want to please you, it's a time bomb.
Yep.
No different with children.
And you know what? Why did Solomon say it was more bitter than death? Because listen, you're putting your spirit at risk of death. You're putting your spirit at risk of death in the pursuit of pleasing women.
Yeah.
In the pursuit of putting them in front of the Heavenly Father.
Spiritual death.
It's spiritual death. That's why. What's more bitter than death? It's the death that happens afterwards. We read it back in first and second Ezra 9. It talked about 9 and no, not 13, not on this one, where it said verse 12, the same must know it after death by pain. So it's talking about what's more bitter than death is the pain that happens after death. That's some bitter shit.
Yeah, that's real.
You're gonna be in pain after death? That's more bitter than actually dying.
Yeah.
So this is what Solomon is saying. Listen, what's more bitter than death is what happens to your soul because of what you compromise in the pursuit of pleasing these women that are against the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Whose heart is snares and nets.
Because understanding that the more you give to these women, the more they're going to want. He said a woman's heart is snares and nets. And Dawiyad explained it perfectly. Their heart is based upon wanting more and more and more. So in the process of Solomon trying to please all these nations and please all these women, their heart was just wanted more. It was never enough. So the more he's given, the more he's trying to understand, the more he's trying to figure things out, there was never an end to the figuring out process.
And even if you do provide those tangible things that women always want, what the untangible things that women want is control. Yeah. And those are the things that you can't buy, but you have to submit yourself to.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately that's where it gets to.
And
that was part of the curse that the Most High told Eve. He said, "Thy desire shall be towards thy husband." Mm-hmm. Meaning you always going to want
that position
of that man. You always want that position of being in control. But that's something ultimately that a man will submit to his woman with. That I just thought I may have started off buying and bringing gifts, but at the same time I might end off with, you know what, I do whatever she tells me. Yep. I wear what she tells me to wear. I eat what she tells me to eat. I go where she tells me to go. Now I've submitted my whole power as a man to a woman, and that's ultimately wrong also.
Exactly, and this is where that woman's heart is snares and bands. I can sit back and tell myself the Most High is going to work it out, but guess what? She's going to keep snaring and banding out. Yep. She's going to keep snatching and hooking me line and sinker out, and I'm going to be the one that's in slavery.
Because I want to be the focus.
God.
She wants to be the complete focus.
God.
Or above the Most High. That's not being a womanizer. That's just the facts. People's desire for attention is insatiable. It's insatiable, and at the cost of almost everything.
So in the process of him, he already compromised his beliefs, and that still wasn't enough. He was serving other gods. He was tapping into the madness of their gods, and it still wasn't enough. And this is what he's explaining. Read on.
Whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands.
Mm-hmm.
Whoso pleaseth the Most High shall escape from
You know what the problem is? Solomon didn't please the Most High. And he didn't escape. Solomon didn't escape from the pursuit of these women. He said, you got to love the Most High to sit back here and not get caught into this game of pleasing and compromising. Pleasing and compromising. Now you can still take this concept. It's not just with foreign gods. This is what's serving the Most High with our women now. Listen, I'm not saying don't consider, don't listen. That's not the point. The point is when you're compromising right and wrong, you're compromising order, when you're compromising the liberty the Most High gave you in Christ to placate, now it's on you. Now you're the one that's going to sit back here and get stung. And if you please the Most High, you know what that means? I have enough love for the Most High not to give up the control and the order the Most High gave me based off my God-given right to be a man. I have to have the ability to sit back here and hold on to my principles. Regardless of what I might lose, what I might think I'm going to lose, how unhappy the home is going to be, it doesn't matter. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And we have to be able to hold on to our integrity. If we don't hold on to our integrity, then what the hell are we doing? What kind of Israelite man are you if you can't hold on to your spiritual integrity? I'm not talking about pride. I'm not talking about pride. Spiritual integrity is another thing. That can't be compromised. And if that's not compromised, you can escape a woman whose intentions aren't 100% pure. And it's that simple. Read on.
but the sinner shall be taken by her.
The sinner is a similar person who doesn't hold on to their standard, who's always compromising their spiritual integrity. I'm not talking about what's for dinner tonight, or let's go out versus you cooking tonight. That's simple. I'm talking about your spiritual integrity. Can't be changed. Shouldn't be changed. Read on.
Behold, this have I found, saith the preacher, counting one by one to find out the account, which yet my soul seeketh, but I find not. One man among 1,000 have I found, but a woman among all those have I not found.
Because he had 1,000 women.
Yeah.
He had 1,000 women, and none was righteous. So what he started doing...
That's a bad ratio.
That's a bad ratio. But you know what? Why was he sitting back here serving them in the first place? Why was you sitting back here trying to understand everything in itself? Why can't you accept the fact? Why couldn't Solomon just accept the fact that, you know what? They have to serve me, and I can't answer why all that. I can't get the understanding I'm looking for to understand why. Can I just accept that I have a responsibility in the role, and she does too, and that's it? And I'm not supposed to delve that deep into her world to understand everything?
You don't love me.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
It starts. We've been together this long, and because I don't give you this, now it defaults all the past acts of love and consistency that's been shown. That's a mind game.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have to go into folly and madness to play this game, because you can't win.
You know what? But then he found out. You know what? He found out after he compromised his spirit that it was vanity.
Yeah.
He said this whole process was a waste of damn time, and now the Most High's pissed at me. It was a waste.
And he lost the kingdom.
He lost the kingdom, and all that good that he did in 40 years went to shit.
Listen, bro.
It was all good just a week ago. Was when my son came in, it was a problem. Don't forget, Rehoboam, his mother was a nation. So we already started this crap off real bad. You got your son who's got other nations crap in him too.
But you know why you couldn't see it? Because them horses is looking really good. You can't see when the
all
horses.
That gold, gold all of my
listen,
watch.
you can't think down the line.
Don't believe me, just watch me.
You can't think down the line. You're looking at these horses look good. You're dripping in gold.
And everybody's at all with you. They're like, oh, this guy's the best thing since ever.
Life is good right now.
Who you gonna listen to?
There's nobody you gonna listen to, right?
Hey, Solomon, I don't think you should do. Listen, you see what we got going on right here?
Yeah.
Like,
all the nations and countries like, man, you got this shit going on, Solomon.
You're right.
Everything is working.
Oh, man.
You can't tell them nothing, huh?
Listen, bro, what you gonna tell them, man? They gonna check them.
You know, I would get one scripture on that. Tobit chapter 8 verse 6. Tobit chapter 8 verse 6. You got it? Yeah, read that.
Tobit chapter 8 verse 6. Thou madest Adam and gavest him Eve his wife.
It says the Most High made Adam and gave Eve his what?
His wife.
Go ahead.
For an helper.
For what?
For an helper.
So when you make a woman more than what she is, then you're gonna start submitting power. She's supposed to be your helper. She's supposed to be your assistant. He says, for what?
For an helper.
Go ahead.
And stay.
And a stay. Somebody to live out life with. He gonna explain it. Read on.
Of them came mankind.
Go ahead.
Thou hast said, it is not good that man should be alone.
And that's what the Most High meant in Genesis chapter 2 verse 18 when he said it's not good that man should be alone. Go ahead.
Let us make unto him an aid.
What?
An aid.
That's what that woman is for. That woman is an aid. She's to help you. She's not to worshiping women. It's a lot of these pseudo spiritual religions out here that worship women. Because it's the black woman, the one is her womb is she's the original woman, so you got to worship her womb. You got to talk to her womb. You got to kiss her womb. Because she's the original woman. We're not gonna be right as a nation of people till we start worshiping our women.
Mother Earth.
Mother Earth. She's the mother of the earth. All men come out of a woman. You got to worship women. All these pseudo damn spiritual religions, fake religions that come out that talk about worshiping woman as God, worshiping woman as a God. Man, this woman was an aid. This woman was a help. This woman was to help a man serve the Most High.
Yep.
Read on.
let us make unto him an aid.
Let us make unto him a what?
An aid.
That's what she's for. She's simply an aid to help you get through what you need to get through to do your job for the Most High. Not to be worshipped, not to be sacrificed to or sacrificing for. Read on. As far as serving her gods. Go ahead.
An aid like unto himself.
Go ahead.
And now, O Lord, I take not this my sister for lust.
He said, but I don't take this my sister for what?
For lust.
He said, listen, he said, I understand. Toby was saying, I understand what this woman is for. She's not to be lusting over, and whatever she comes up with, I'm supposed to be following it. You know, she's supposed to be my aid, my helper, and my assistance in serving the Most High in Christ. Read on.
I take not this my sister for lust, but uprightly.
Go ahead.
Therefore mercifully ordain that we may become aged together.
He said, and the idea is that the Most High would be merciful enough that we could be what?
Ordained that we may become aged together.
And if it's the Most High will, you live out your life with that person, and you grow old with that person, and that's so it's not. That's why it's not even meant to just. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 8.
That's it. Let that go. So that's the whole purpose, is that you grow old together, you share experiences together, but that person has been there for you as an assistant to serve the Most High from the time that y'all commenced that relationship. She's just simply your aid. Anybody trying to make a relationship more than what it is, you start deviating from the Most High. You start deviating from what's right. Anytime you make money more than what it is, the scripture says money is a defense.
Yep.
It said the love of money is the root of all evil. Anytime you start making anything more than what it is, that's when your heart will start departing from the Most High. And that could be money, that could be women, that could be anything.
But part of making it more than what it is the ego that comes from acquiring it. It's the pride that comes from having it. Is how you make it more than what it is.
Yeah.
Because having these things brings about a certain status and a mindset to you, and that's a problem. That's a real problem. Good with that?
Yeah, kind of. That's perfect.
Let's continue on in Ecclesiastes. I think it's like one more verse.
God. Ecclesiastes 7 and verse 29.
Okay.
Lo, this only have I found, that the Most High has made man upright.
The Most High made man to be upright. Read on.
But they have sought out many inventions.
So did Solomon. Solomon had a bunch of inventions and different ideas of what he thought was right. And his inventions to understand the gods and how they operated and rolled, that was his invention that led to his downfall.
And it just shows you that the invention wasn't new. The invention was already on earth.
Huh?
The invention was to adopt somebody else's way of life that wasn't meant for him.
God.
And he had to know why. Why
It wasn't good enough.
Why it wasn't good enough.
No doubt. No doubt. Let's continue. Matter of fact, no. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 7 and verse 26. I don't know why I pulled this verse, but I got it marked. So let me. Let's read it.
Proverbs 7 and 26. She have cast down many wounded, yea, many strong men have been slain by her.
Many strong men have been slain by women.
And in that chapter, he's talking about especially loose women.
Exactly.
The women that you see, so-called thotties, that you see on TV.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That influence is negative, man.
God. It's just telling you what happens when when we pursue these women for the flesh or for this personal desire. Let's let that go and go to Proverbs 31.
And one more. I want to get one more too on that point too.
Yeah.
Just how Solomon was looking at them women after the scripture.
Let's go to this verse, Proverbs 31, verse 1 through 3.
Proverbs 31 and verse 1. The words of King Lemuel.
The words of King Lemuel. Lemuel is still Solomon. This is the words of King Solomon. When you see Lemuel, that's still another word for Solomon. Because for years I was like, what the hell is Lemuel? Well, Lemuel is Solomon. Just an FYI. Read on.
The words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him.
His mother gave him a prophecy. Who was his mother? Who was Solomon's mother? Bathsheba.
She would know.
Bathsheba put him on game, right? Bathsheba put Solomon on game. Read on.
What, my son? And what, the son of my womb? And what, the son of my vow?
So she's preparing to talk to Solomon about what he needs to watch out for as he becomes the king. Read on.
Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings.
She told him what not to do before he did it. And he still did it. This didn't happen afterwards. She told him this before he made the mistakes. Give not thy strength unto women. What was your strength? Your strength is your what? Your mind. It's your mind, but it's also your. There has got to be a line that can't be crossed in your spirit. There's got to be a standard that you're just not going to cross over. Your integrity. Your integrity can't be changed. It's got to be this way, or I'm prepared to lose you. There's got to be a spiritual standard that you hold fast to. That's your strength. Our strength is our servitude towards the Most High.
Our allegiance to the
Our allegiance to the Most High. Our strength is the fact that we stand so stiffly for Him, and there's no bend in our pursuit to serve Him. But Israel is compromising every day. And I'm going to tell you this, compromising your standards for your children is just, you're still compromising your standards. There's got to be a point where it's like, I'm going to let it all go. I'm not saying basic understanding and listening and compromising. I'm talking about if this person is pushing you to a position where you're got to compromise right from wrong to accommodate, then you need to make a decision and let it go. And those are facts. Because you're not supposed to give your strength over to a woman.
You know, a lot of times also you're gonna get those situations where, you know, when you, especially if you brand new in the truth, you're gonna be compromising. She's gonna say, well, you know, you need to go to my church, then I'll go to your church.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, you need to go. I'll go to your class when you go to my church. And then when you got these new brothers that they got these new relationships, then they're like, okay, well, I'm gonna go to your church, meet your pastor, meet all the people you grew up with, and then you go to my church. And then it's always, the idea is never for her to come to what you believe in.
Yep.
It's always to get you persuaded in what she wants you to do and how she grew up in her tradition.
That's a non-negotiable situation.
Yeah.
It's non-negotiable. Or if this woman is trying to get you to compromise what you know is right, just so you can sit back here and keep your family intact. You know that's not worth keeping. You already lost your family if that's the case. Yeah. You got to compromise right from wrong just to keep it. Then you lost it anyway. It's already gone. Yes, sir.
And a lot of times, coming from the world, you put your kids on the pedestal, so you don't even have her strength. Her strength is all to the children.
Mm-hmm.
And then you give her all your strength. I mean, that's
then the kids serve you. The scripture tells you that. Well, you're not supposed to give your spirit to your children.
Yep.
Not like that.
What about your wife, your children, or a friend have power over you?
And have preeminence over you.
Yeah.
It can't be that case.
By the children.
Stand out there courtesy.
Oh yeah, he says standing at the
Yeah, because
courtesy.
what happens is when you stand there courtesy, I'm sitting here. I'm just hoping you don't abuse me. I'm hoping you don't.
I'm hoping that you appreciate everything I'm doing for you every day.
Please just do as I ask. I'm standing to the courtesy. Can you obey me, please? That's standing at the courtesy.
It is.
But it also says when you stand at that courtesy, it talks about how you ain't gonna never get it back.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying? It'll be a long time before you think that once you submit control over to somebody that they're gonna willingly give it back to you.
Shit.
It said you're gonna have to beg for it again.
you can't beg for respect. You gotta
Right.
take respect.
Right. You gotta put your foot down.
And what putting your foot down means I'm willing to lose what I got. You know, to maintain my dignity, my spiritual dignity, and my spiritual integrity. Mm-hmm. And trust the Most High will reward me with somebody who appreciates what I stand for.
Who I am.
If not, I'll just be alone.
Yep.
I'd rather be alone than sit back here and stand at my ribs courtesy hoping that she locks in. Get that, bro. That's slavery. That's damn slavery. That's hell.
And that's what happened.
That's hell on earth.
Solomon got in that position to where he crossed the line.
God, he crossed that line constantly in this pursuance to please these Ayashis, these women.
And all his wealth couldn't save him.
Yep.
But brothers think secretly that their ability to produce income will sustain everything.
Nope.
That's a loser's game. It's not gonna work long term.
Huh? So, you had something you want to pull?
It was Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 9.
Deuteronomy chapter 18 and verse 9.
Read that.
When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy power giveth thee,
Go ahead.
thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations.
It says you're supposed to put a distinct difference between what the Most High requires from you and what those other nations' lifestyle is about.
Yep.
There's supposed to be a definite, defining line between the two. Read on.
There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire.
Now, a lot of times, our culture, you still got surviving elements. In modern day times, you got surviving elements of brujeria. You got surviving elements of Santeria. You got surviving elements of Catholicism.
Mm-hmm.
You got surviving. Well, no, you got to get the baby blessed by the priest, by the Catholic priest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and baptized. You know, the scriptures say that the child should be circumcised on the 8th day. But when you got these surviving religions, and you got women that have grown up in these adopted foreign religions, they're gonna want to put your kids in the hands of these Catholic priests to do whatever services that they want to do with your children. Or they got customs where they got to cut your shoulder with razor blades and put these little markings, these little voodoo markings, these little Santeria markings on the child's face, on the child's chest, on the child's back. That's why you got a lot of brothers in the truth. They got these childhood scars that don't realize where they came from. You know where they came from? They came from the surviving elements of your foreparents' religions. And then you got to realize, damn, Grandma, why I got this cut on my face? Because we do that to all our babies.
It's nothing new.
Yeah, and you know, this is part of the family tradition. But you don't read about the scriptures say thou should not mar the corners of thy beard, or print any marks on thy body, or mar the flesh. You're not supposed to be cutting in the flesh. But you got a lot of these surviving traditions where whether it be tattoos, everybody in the family got tattoos, so you're gonna get your neighborhood on the baby got the neighborhood, got the street on their body. The baby got the tattoo with the block on their arm as a baby. You got all this foolishness that we're brought into even today. Read on.
Come. It says, or that useth divination.
And a lot of times that Santeria, Brujeria, getting clean with a chicken egg, getting washed down, get a cleansing, get the rose water spit on you, get the cigar smoke blown on you, get blown up and down with the cigar smoke, get doused with vodka. All that is some old world spiritualism and old world divination.
Still idolatry.
It's still idolatry. Read on.
Or an observer of times.
Or you got somebody going to get a tarot card reading,
Yep.
get their palm read. All our people still have these traditions and customs. And a lot of times when you meet a woman in a relationship, or or a woman meet a man in a relationship, you got to watch out for these surviving traditions that exist within that person's lifestyle.
Yep.
and their upbringing. Go ahead.
Or an enchanter.
And he's enchanted. Then you got bowls of water under the bed. Why you got bowls of water under the bed? What's a bowl of water under the bed for?
If you see mandrake root and milk under the bed, get the hell out of that house. There's some bad shit about to go down. Your wickedness. You got roots. Why the hell is there root and milk under here? This is some bullshit.
Don't eat the spaghetti.
I'm out of here, bro.
Don't eat spaghetti. That's a real one.
Don't eat the spaghetti. Man. That's all.
All that stuff, bro.
You
got little dolls. You got little dolls in there, bro. Listen, with the little needles next to it, get out.
Yeah.
Get out, bro. Get out. It's not even worth it. Don't do it. Please consider. Read some letter. That's the truth. Get out of there.
And it's crazy because a lot of brothers are dealing with a lot of Jake that don't know the scriptures, are actually getting enslaved by women doing these practices. It's all online. Brothers like women are breaking down how to do it, how to keep them, how to bring them back.
Putting spells on.
Yeah, they're
put
doing
roots on people,
instructions
like-
online. They're giving instructions.
That's crazy.
Like they're giving classes out.
Brother,
And
let's keep going. We have a lot of class to go through.
I gotta pull one more scripture.
Finish that real quick.
Okay, finish that.
Yeah.
Or a witch.
They say, oh,
There you go.
witch. You got a lot of brothers that be marrying these witches.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She's a white witch, so she's good.
Nah.
No.
Or she's a gray witch.
Yes.
I'm Wiccan.
Nice.
Nah.
Nice
No,
switch
bro.
of the
That's not what the Most High said. Read on.
Or a charmer.
She's a charmer. She got stones. She went stones on
Yeah,
her neck.
energy,
For
energy.
energy stones. Infinity stones. Read on.
The same
Or a
damn difference.
consulter with familiar spirits.
And she talked to the dead.
Yeah.
And then you can, so she's conversating with the
You
dead.
allow spirits into her like it's ghosts, like a ghost
like
out. Nah, bro.
she's a medium. She's a spirit medium.
Nah, bro.
No, listen, a lot of our women are still in this culture.
Yeah.
Read on.
Or a wizard.
Go ahead.
Or a necromancer.
Go ahead.
For all that do these things are an abomination
The
unto
Most
the
High
Lord.
said, all that do these things are what?
Or an abomination.
And can I say that? It should stop there. The understanding of why, and to look deeper into a situation, to get to know this person for who they are, and you can look past that. Now you're entering into these troubled waters. If a person's into that, that's enough to back off of it.
Right.
You can't be like, well, yeah, she's a necromancer, but she's a good person too.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Because that's what people end up doing.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, but we have great conversations together, though. Get out of here, right? That's in the Most High is telling you, the buck stops there.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, in our pursuit of understanding, we use understanding or the pursuit of understanding to justify wickedness. Let me understand this person. If I have a better understanding, maybe I can pull her out.
Yeah.
Every people always say, I can sit back here, let me go hang out with these Jake who are smoking weed and bring them to class. Come on, bro. Listen, going into their world in that situation, especially with this necromancer stuff, it's dangerous business. Stay away. Don't get caught in their zone, because you're gonna get caught up into pursuing their pursuits. That was all.
And because a lot of times we base things off of that old statement of, I don't see what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
And because I don't see what's wrong with it, then it's not wrong.
Done?
So I don't. So the Most High saying it's abomination is not good enough. Read on.
Come. He says, and because of these abominations, the Lord thy power does drive them out from before thee.
Verse 13.
Thou shalt be perfect.
He said, thou shalt be what?
Perfect.
He says, so if you're going to be perfect with the Most High, that means you cannot be contaminated and influenced by other nations' cultures. And that's how you stay perfect with the Most High. You only got one way of belief. You got one religion. There's only one God. There's only one power. There's only one law. There's only one Christ. Then there's no other deities. There's no other options. There's no alternatives. Go ahead.
For these nations which thou shalt possess, hearken unto observers of times, and unto diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy power have not suffered thee so to do.
And exactly. So there's a stark difference between what the way of life the Most High gave us versus how the nations have their lifestyles and their beliefs and their traditions. And if we want to flirt, with the other nations' traditions, the Most High says your heart will not be perfect. And that's exactly what we read about in Psalms.
They're about to read it as it goes on.
Yeah.
Done.
So you let that
something
go.
down yet?
Yeah, it was so it was real quick, bro. It was Genesis 31:19. Just some past history.
Genesis 31 and verse 19. And Laban went to shear his sheep.
Yep.
And Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's.
Rachel was a Hebrew. She's a Hebrew woman. But what was
she
she
was
doing?
a mother of the children of the 12. I wanted two to 12.
Benjamin, right?
It was Benjamin and Ephraim.
Yeah, but she's the mother of Benjamin Ephraim. But the mother was holding on to what?
The ways of the Father.
Those images. I still want to play with these ideas. So the danger is, am I still entertaining the spirit? It was just to go with Shawan's point, dealing with women that are entertaining witchcraft. You gotta be very cautious of what their true belief system is.
Okay. So listen, let's keep going. 1 Kings 11. Let's go verse 4 down to verse 7. I want to bring some things out of verse 7. Read on.
Come. 1 Kings 11 and verse 4. For it came to pass, when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart after other gods.
Now what we're going to start reading is when, down the line we're going to kind of find out when the Most High classifies as old. Because a lot of times people think that he was like gray-headed and he was already losing it, then he started losing it. But we're going to start seeing that he kind of started breaking down a little earlier than that. Maybe he hit the climax of his sins in his old age, but he was breaking down and compromising before he got in his old age, and I'm approving. Read on.
And his heart was not perfect with the Lord, his power.
And Shamshwan just brought out about the fact that your heart can only be perfect with the Lord if you don't sit back and serve other gods and ideologies, right?
Come.
He obviously did it, which means he just didn't sit back here and set up altars for them. He was participating also. Okay, read on.
As was the heart of David, his father.
The sad thing is a lot of people in witchcraft circles credit Solomon for a lot of the spells and negative incantations that are out here in the world now. They credit Solomon. Read on.
For Solomon went after Asherah, the goddess of the Zidonians.
So Solomon went after Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and we know that Ashtaroth or Astarte goes hand in hand with Baal, because Astarte is the female deity and Baal is the masculine deity. You can't have one without the other.
And when you look at the worship of Astarte, you always have a garden dedicated to Astarte, and you always have thousands upon thousands of hand-carved statues, either of wood or stone. And these statues are erected and they're to be worshipped to and bowed to. And these statues are called a cherem. A cherem is the plural for of the worship of the goddess of Astarte. And these cherem are these symbols of the woman on the pole, or phallic symbols, or women actually on a pole, sitting on a pole. And you got these statues all throughout the groves and all throughout the communities. And you wear these either in amulets, you wear them in, you put them on the ground, but that's how you observe them, is through...
Because she's a fertility deity.
She's a fertility deity. So she's worshipped either constantly by putting them around your house, by putting them in your yard, by putting them on your chains, wearing them on your neck, but you're prostrating yourself down to these deities. And that was one of the worships of Astarte, is to worship the female erected statues of Astarte, and one of them is what the Catholics worship today, which is that the Mother Mary, so to speak. That's really not the Mother Mary. That's the Queen of Heaven.
Yeah, Astarte, another word for Astarte.
That's
on Guadalupe Street, right?
Yeah, that's the Queen of Heaven that they're actually worshiping. It's not, and that Queen of Heaven, that mother and son, that being that Catholic candle, that's not Mary and Christ. That's Semiramis and Nimrod. Because that's what predates Astarte.
But Semiramis is Astarte.
Is
all
Astarte,
these names are all Queen of Heaven, Semiramis, Astarte. It's that same female deity. And then you have Baal, Nimrod, the sun. They're all lined up with the same scenario. Okay. And then when you sit back here, we're going to read about the bull down the line, or the bull down, not the bull, but the come on, the word. Not the bull. What's the other one when in Exodus when they sat back here? The calf. Not the golden calf. The calf is the bull, and the bull still represents Baal also. And you're gonna see that the bull and the female fertility goddess, they go hand in hand. Yes, Mama.
What about Tammuz?
Tammuz is different.
No, Tammuz is Nimrod. The weeping of Tammuz that you read, I think that's Ezekiel that you're talking about.
Weeping of Tammuz.
That is Nimrod. That's the weeping of Nimrod being killed and being split in parts on his hunting expedition, and him being killed too early. That was the women. That was a tradition that the women would do in the observance of Nimrod.
And the women would have to defile themselves in the temple of Astarte to weep for Tammuz. They would have to shave their head, or they would have to go to the temple of Astarte and have to give up penance, monies, to the goddess, but you have to give up your flesh and take payment for that and give it to the priestess, then you can go home.
Your virginity.
Or you can be married.
Yeah. Or married.
And you already married, and you had to sit back and deal with a stranger for money.
Yeah.
Or it wasn't even a priest, it was
Yeah.
a stranger. It could be a stranger that came to the temple.
That could afford it.
That could afford it. They would give them money, and they would get defiled out in front of the temple. Then they would take that money and give it to the priestess, and then go back home to their husband and say, "I weep for Tammuz today. I weep like a mug." That was literally how they did it, and that was written by Herodotus. They sat back here and explained how the process is going. I said I wasn't going to go into it, but we're here. I didn't want to do it, but we're here.
Yeah.
So, but there was a lot of foulness in the process of these serving these idols. But let's go into the details of what Solomon did with this process. Read on.
For Solomon went after Esther.
Ashtaroth.
Yes. Ashtaroth, the goddess of Zidoni, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord, and went not fully after the Lord,
read on.
As did David his father.
I want to pull this verse just so we understand. Go to Joshua 23:7. We're going into a little bit of detail, but just so everybody knows, even the Most High doesn't want us to overly tap into understanding these wicked acts. Give me that.
Joshua 23 and verse 7. That ye come not among these nations, these that remain among you, neither make mention of the name of their power, of their gods, nor cause to swear by them, neither serve them, nor bow them yourselves unto them.
So the Most High is like, we shouldn't even be talking about them. Just as something to be conscious of. We're explaining and talking about it for educational purposes, but we shouldn't even be talking about these God's name and giving them power. Okay? So let that verse go, and let's continue in 1 Kings 11.
1 Kings 11 and verse 6. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord, and went not fully after the Lord, as did his father, as did David his father. Then did Solomon build an high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem.
Stop. So now we got to sit back and explain this. So Solomon built a high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem. Now you guys should go online, because it's going to be kind of hard to understand this unless you go online to see this. So now we're looking online. If you see it, this is an image of the city of David and Jerusalem at a later time, and you can see the Dome of the Rock right there. That's where Ishmael came in and put the little Ishmael crap up there, right, over on top of the temple of the Most High. But what they're saying is, as you see, like the Kidron Valley is like how everything stoops down. Israel is on top, but what you're seeing is Mount Olivet. That was the closest mountain that was near Jerusalem at the time. Okay, and what it said is, then did Solomon build a high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem. The hill that's before Jerusalem is Mount Olive. Now there's other little mountains and hills around it. The image says Jerusalem 7 hills, but the closest and the one in closest proximity to the mountain of Jerusalem is the Mount of Olives. Now this next image shows a little better of the situation. If you look online, you see the natural bedrock of the city of David, and you see that same Kidron Valley. And in seeing that, visualize the temple moving forward like this direction. Okay? The temple's here, and then you see Mount Zion to the left. That's where Herod down the line built his personal place. Now you go to the right of where the temple is, you're going to see the Mount of Olives. And that's the same place where Christ was when he got captured by the Romans, right? Or not by the Romans, but yeah, he got captured.
Yeah, he ascended on Mount of Olives also.
Exactly. But in that same Mount of Olives is where the actual serving of gods, and when Solomon put the actual temple for Shamash and the temple for Molech right over there. And what you're seeing also is, if you see at the bottom, you'll see the height of where the temple was in comparison to the Mount of Olives.
The elevation?
The elevation. The temple's elevation was 200 feet. The temple of Israel's elevation was 200 feet. The Mount Olives elevation was 400 feet. So it was at a higher peak. So you could see the god of Shamash, their little temple. You can see Molech's temple right from where Israel was. Now, when you sit back here, and I type this up, when you find out the distance from Jerusalem to the Mount of Olives, guess how far it is? The distance is 3 miles out. So 3 miles away, Solomon was erecting temples of worship to the point where if it's at a higher ground and higher level than where the temple was, everybody in Israel could see these idol worshiping temples. What do you think that did to them?
Influenced them.
It influenced them all the way. If everybody can see, and this is just Jerusalem. You still have neighboring Israelite cities all around them. You have Israelite cities up north. You got Gad and Reuben in the east, Manasseh in the east. This area was where everybody can see. This is where the idols were. These were the idols that Solomon set up, and this is the temple of the Most High.
What an unlearned person would think is that the deities that Solomon was worshiping, because they were higher in elevation, were more important than the God of Jerusalem.
The elevation makes the point. A worst case scenario, the lesson was you can pick and choose whatever God you feel like has been there for you the most. Now it makes sense down the line when Jeroboam said Baal is the God that saved you from Egypt. Why Israel was so quick to accept that concept. Because the people were following Solomon's example. Solomon sat back 3 miles away from the temple and you erected other temples for other idols. And he didn't expect that to have an effect. 3 miles away?
Yeah.
That's bad, man. That was off. And they also call the Mount of Olives the Mount of Corruption. Some people do. Now some people call the Mount of Corruption down here. But others call the Mount of Olives Mount of Corruption. But what ended up happening is Josiah, when Josiah came into power, he destroyed all these idols in the Mount of Olives. He did it down the line. He sat back here and reestablished Israel and eliminated all those idols in the high places. Josiah, King Josiah. So he did that down the line. But until Josiah's time, that place stood in the Mount of Olives. And that erected temple of all the gods was there in Israel for everybody to see. And we wonder why Israel was so susceptible to following these gods. The guy that brought Israel to prominence is the one who walked them into it. Yes, sir.
How long were they erected?
From, I don't have the number, but from Solomon's time to Josiah's time. You can put those numbers together. I have Matt, do I have that? Do I have that? I think I have it here. No, I do not have it. I have it somewhere, but you can find that. That's not a hard find. From Josiah, from Solomon to Josiah, is when we had those guys. Don't forget, the 9.5 tribes were already gone by that time. 9.5 tribes were already sitting in captivity, and they were still standing there. But it's just sad that those idol temples was at a higher elevation. Everybody can see it, and it was only 3 miles away from the actual temple. Now we can see the effect. Solomon just wasn't doing these gods and the effect him. His pursuit of these idols really affected the rest of the nation. Everyone can see it. Okay. Read verse 7 again, sir.
Come. 1 Kings chapter 11 and verse 7. Then did Solomon build an high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon.
And if anybody knows Molech, we're going to go into it in a second, but you were sacrificing children for Molech. So he was sitting back here and killing children and sacrificing children to Molech. He wasn't just sitting back here and building a temple for nothing. He was tapping into these things.
The acts of worshiping those animals.
Those gods, deities. So listen, y'all. I don't have a bunch of these, but Bible knowledge commentary, Old Testament, goes into 1 Kings chapter 11, and it says, as Solomon grew older, he got farther away from the Most High. Ashtaroth was the goddess of sex and fertility, whose worship involved licentious rites and worship of the stars. She was a vile goddess, and we can go pull 2 Kings 23 2 Kings 23 and 13 on that one. 2 Kings 23 and 13.
You said divine, right?
Huh?
You said divine earlier? Did I read?
No, I said vile.
Okay.
Let me see. 2 Kings 23, 13. Let's read that.
She did divination, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Does it say that?
I want to make sure before I say it. No. Read 13.
2 Kings chapter 23 and verse 13. And the high places that were before Jerusalem, which were on the right hand of the mount of corruption.
The right hand of the mount of corruption. Read on.
Which Solomon the king of Israel had builded for Ashtaroth, the abomination of the Zidonians.
So it wasn't just for Chemosh. It was Chemosh. It was Astarte. It was for all of them. Read on.
And for Chemosh, the abomination of the Moabites. And for Milcom, the abomination of the children of Ammon, did the king defile.
Read on.
And he brake in pieces the images, and cut down the groves, and filled their places with the bones of men.
Now listen, this is what Josiah did, and also this was a prophecy of what Josiah was going. This is the fulfillment of the prophecy that the prophet talked about when Jeroboam was about to sit back here and commit idolatry for the first time in front of the people down the line. We're going to read that in chapter 12. So just keep that in mind. I don't want to take too much time on this verse, but let it go. Then it says, Molech worship involved human sacrifices, especially children, which was strictly prohibited by the law, and we know that. Let's go to Leviticus 18 and 21. Leviticus 18 and 21. I'm ready.
Leviticus 18 and verse 21. And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy power. I am the Lord.
So the Most High is like, listen, man, children shouldn't get killed. Nobody should be getting tossed through the fire for Molech. He's making it very, very clear. Okay? Now read verse 22.
Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination.
Why do you think they said that right after they were explaining about the worship of Molech?
Because that's what they were doing.
Thank you, They didn't just pull this verse to talk about the homosexual issue, the LGBTQ process.
Yeah, don't be
He's telling you this because the process of serving these deities also included this situation, the lying of mankind like it's a womankind. This was also a token of what it was, what the requirements were to serve these fertility goddesses, these fertility cults, worshiping these female goddesses, worshiping these masculine goddesses.
Can I pause right here?
Yes,
Bro?
sir.
It's important. It's the same point. Molech, sometimes written Malak, was an old Canaanite idol into whose worship the Israelites gradually became drawn. Similar rites were performed among other nations, probably varying at different times and in different places. The usual description given of this god is that of a hollow image made of brass, having a human body with the head of an ox. The idol sat on the brazen
Wait, say that again. The human body.
having a human body with the head of an ox.
Okay. That ox thing is important. Keep that in mind as we keep going in this class.
It says the idol sat on a brazen throne with hands extended, and sacrificing to it the image was heated to redness by a fire built within. The parents then placed their children in the heated arms, while the noise of drums and cymbals drowned the cries of the little sufferers. It is also said that there were 7 chapels connected with the idol, which were to be entered according to the relative value of the offer presented. Only those who offered children being allowed to enter the 7. That's just
Okay.
that's the description that point.
So hold that. Go to Leviticus 20, verse 1 through 6. Then we're going to finish the last part of this part in this encyclopedia. Read on. Leviticus chapter 20, verse 1 through 6.
Leviticus chapter 20, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Again thou shalt say to the children of Israel, Whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Moloch, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones.
Solomon was very fortunate that Moses didn't kill him on sight for what he was doing. Read on.
And I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he hath given of his seed unto Moloch, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name. And if the people of the land do any ways hide their eyes from the man, when he giveth of his seed unto Moloch, and kill him not.
When it says hide your eyes, it means don't sit back and stand up for what's right and execute justice on this dude. Read on.
Then I will set my face against that man and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a-whoring after him, to commit whoredom with Moloch.
So he's like, if you sit back and don't execute judgment on the person you know is doing it, you're going to get those same curses. Read on.
From among their people. And the soul that turneth after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, to go a-whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people.
Okay, so now we're going to read the last part. It says, Shamash worship was equally cruel and licentious. The hill east of Jerusalem on which Solomon built high places may have been the Mount of Olives. More than likely it was the Mount of Olives, because it was right down the way. It was east of Jerusalem, and it was that hill. It was the hill next to Jerusalem.
And that definition of licentious is unrestrained by law or morality. So in that hill, anything goes.
Kinda.
Because there's no laws that exist in that hill. There's no morality that exists. It's like Vegas. Anything goes.
What happens in Mount Olives
stays in Mount Olives. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Anything goes up there when you're on that hill, man. So that's why it does make sense how he gave the law of not a man not lying with mankind. Like he lied with womankind right after he said, thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech. You know what I'm saying? Because anything goes when you're serving Molech.
God?
And you're serving these other gods. Anything can happen. There's no law. There's no morality. It's about that time. God.
Okay. Keep reading. Read verse 8. Okay, next man, let's get, Cry, that's you too, bro. This is 12 o'clock. So, yeah. Sorry, Nagaha, I need you up, sir. Everybody's got to go. It's got to go.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemayawan, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemayawan, Ban Yasha'Allah. I'm much. Bro, Yahweh Hashem Yasha'Allah.
Yahweh Hashem Yasha'Allah.
So read verse 8, sir. So it's 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 8.
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 8. For the man is not of the woman.
No. First, I said 1 Corinthians. That was my fault. 1 Kings.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I said 1 Corinthians, I think I did say 1 Corinthians.
First Kings chapter 11, verse 8. And likewise did he for all his strange wives, which burnt incense and sacrificed unto their gods.
So not only did he do these names, Shamash and Molech and all these people, he also did other ones. I want to read this other book, Matthew Henry's commentary. It talks about a little bit what he did. It said he was drawn by them to the worship of strange gods, as Israel to Baal Peor by the daughters of Moab. His wives turned away his heart from other gods. He grew cool and indifferent in his own beliefs, religion, and remiss in the service of the Most High power of Israel. His heart was not perfect with the Lord, his power, nor did he follow him fully like David. He was not perfect because he was not constant. He tolerated and maintained his wives in their idolatry and made no scruple of joining with them in it. He built chapels for their gods, maintained their priests. He maintained their priests. He funded their priests too.
Yep.
And occasionally did himself attend their altars.
That culture.
Yeah. He financed it.
Yeah,
He bankrolled all the process, man.
Even worse, bro.
So he made no scruple of joining with them in it. He built chapels for their gods, maintained their priests, and did himself attend their altars, making a jest of it, asking, what harm is there in it? Are not all religions alike? So that's a commentary. Okay, that's a commentary of what somebody talked about. The point is, he got comfortable and indifferent to that way of life. Okay? And that's all of that. It says, these high places continue here, not utterly demolished till Josiah. Hey, did you give that? Make sure the brother gets the key to God's word. Okay. Then it says, the high places continue here, not utterly demolished till Josiah's time. Okay, that's all I want from there. So now let's continue in
First King.
Matter of fact, no, let's go to the Josephus. Josephus.
What's the key to God's will?
We just set it up. Josephus, book 8, chapter 7, paragraph 5. Now we're going to Josephus.
Can I get Josephus?
Oh, you need one?
The book of Josephus,
Gotcha.
book 8, chapter 7, paragraph 5. Page 226.
Let's go. Come on, everybody there, okay. Josephus 8,
Page 226.
book 8, chapter 7, paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5. But although Solomon was become the most glorious of kings and the best beloved by the Most High, and had exceeded in wisdom and riches those that had been rulers of the Hebrews before him, yet did not he preserve in this happy state till he died. Nay, he forsook the observation of the laws of his father, and came to an end no way suitable to our foregoing history of him. He grew mad in his love of women.
Stop. He said he grew mad in his love for women. Hold this verse and go to Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 1 and verse 17.
Ecclesiastes?
Yeah, he grew mad in his love for women. We talked about that. Madness is that ability just to let go and give up all of his principles and what he believed in just for the sake of the indulgence of his women. It says, proceeding from disordered intellect, distracted, enraged, furious as a mad bull, inflamed to excess with desire. His desire made him crazy. His pursuit and the overindulgence of the flesh made him insane. Made him mad. Proceeded from folly or infatuation. That madness was that infatuation he had for the nurturing of the flesh. The flesh wasn't enough too. Because as we all know, the pursuing these other gods had a lot to do with the feeding and the nurturing of the flesh. The feeding and nurturing of sexual desires. So that pursuit drove him mad. The infatuation and the pursuit of that lust drove him mad.
Because you're mixing realms.
You're mixing
You're
realms.
mixing the spiritual realm with the carnal realm. And double-minded man is unstable.
Yeah.
Because they're two separate realms.
You know, that's men often feel like away from home, I can be free. I don't have to be restrained. You know, and so that was that place where Solomon could exercise his lust, where he also didn't have to feel guilty.
Yeah.
You know, I can go about. I got a city that I exercise my lust in. I got a city and a place that I can go to where I can let.
I ain't gotta think about being
I can
alone.
let loose, and I can be free. Then I can come back home like it's business as usual.
That's big.
Yeah, that's Vegas. That's it. That's men do that too. Men got their own Vegas. Men got their own place where they go. They feel like I can go here, and I'm without restraint, and I don't have to worry about my conscience eating at me. Because you know Solomon wasn't gonna do that right in Jerusalem.
In front of everybody.
Well, luckily, that's why they're looking. Luckily, he didn't do it in the damn temple.
But he had a place where he can go to and fall back to.
Let me get them horses. Let me get a little, get that black brick road.
And when Solomon's not in Jerusalem, Solomon is doing something else, exercising his lust.
In that Mount of Olives.
And a lot of men go back and forth and say, I'm on a work trip.
I'm on a trip.
I'm on a work trip. I'm on a work trip.
For the Most High. It's only for the Most High. It's only for the Most High.
Serving the Most High.
Yeah.
But it's actually a place of exercise.
Yeah.
But not spiritual exercise.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
A retreat, but not
A
spiritual
retreat, right.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah.
it's not righteousness.
Order. God,
Righteous
that
retreat.
happened like twice a month.
Yeah.
Anyway. So let's continue to go. Let's continue to read La Biblia. We're going to read La Biblia. It was like twice a month. It was a retreat.
A lot of stress.
Yeah, it was
You gotta go check on the brother.
Yeah, check on the brothers.
Yeah,
I'm sure everybody's okay.
Check on the camp.
Sure, I'm okay.
Yeah, everything cool? Cool. Anyway, I'm sorry. Let's continue to read. So read. He grew mad in his love again. In a Josephus.
You want Ecclesiastes 1:17?
I think. Did I go there? Did we go there?
Yes, you did.
We read it, right?
No, sir.
No,
Let's read it. Let's read it. I'm sorry. I'm moving on fast, bro.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 17. And I gave my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceive that this also is vexation of spirit.
The whole process of tapping into this madness and folly was vexation. He got no peace out of it. Like the flesh always wants, the flesh is always insatiable. Enough, it was never enough. Whatever he had was never enough, and that's why it's vexation of spirit. The process of pursuing and feeding the flesh is a waste of time, because you'll never ever have exactly what you want. You'll never eclipse this level of desire that you're all anticipating for. Solomon, it's vexation of spirit. Stop pursuing it.
Yeah.
Let that go and go back.
It's only so far you can go,
Kind
and it's only so much you can get out of it.
of. And then all of a sudden, the further you go, the more you defile your spirit.
Yeah. And the more the Most High is not dealing with you.
Huh?
He's departing from you.
Kind of. So listen, Solomon must have went real deep in there for the Most High to say, man, enough's enough, man. You know Solomon died early, bro. He didn't live a full long. Most of you, when you lived to 70, you had a good run. He didn't make 70 yet. He didn't make 70. So why the Most High to take him up? I got to double check, but I think he died at 61. It's not good. It's not good, especially for him being royalty.
Back then.
That's what I'm saying. Back
A lot
then,
longer than we do now.
back then he got knocked down at 60.
Yeah.
That's unheard of.
That's not good. It just shows that was the life he was living. The Most High had to take him out early. He was utterly corrupting
It was
himself.
that worse.
Huh?
Right, mostly, but it gets worse.
Yeah. So he went mad. He went all in. He went all in. But let's go back into Josephus.
Line 191, paragraph 5, page 226. He grew mad in his love of women, and laid no restraint on himself, in his lust. Nor was he satisfied with the women of his country alone.
Nope.
But he married many wives out of foreign nations, Sidonians, and Tyrians, and Ammonites, and Edomites, and he transgressed the laws of Moses, which forbade Jews to marry any but those that were of their own people. He also began to worship their gods, which he did in order to the gratification of his wives, and out of his affection for them. This very thing our legislators suspected, and so admonished us beforehand, that we should not marry women of the other countries, lest we should be entangled with the foreign customs, and apostatize from our own.
Meaning separate and leave from our own. Because the more you give yourself to one religion, you're turning your back from another.
No man can serve two
You
masters.
can't serve two masters, exactly. Read on.
Lest we should leave off to honor our own power, and should worship their God to unreasonable pleasures.
He went all the way into unreasonable pleasures.
When you say headlong, that means head first.
Yeah, head first.
That means you dive into
Yeah, like this.
You dove into it, man.
Like Scrooge McDuck going into the money pit.
Yeah, he's going all in, man.
He's in there, bro.
That means he's
totally
not,
committed.
That's not he's not sampling the negative. He's
No.
indulging in
He's
the negative.
indulging into it. He's tapping. He's learning how to be the best at it.
Yeah.
If you're writing spell books, bro, what the hell? That means you learn it and you master it, and you're adding on to it. Think about it. He was foreign to it, and he gave himself to the point where he was writing books on it.
Crazy.
He took, wow, because
He went all the way there.
He went nuts, man.
He went bananas.
Wow.
So he was like blessed with all his wisdom, but then took it, perverted it,
Yeah.
used the talent he was given to
God.
exercise and
And
excel.
perfect and excel on the left.
That's crazy.
This is what he did. He went head first into it. Like Shamshwan said. Read on.
But Solomon was fallen headlong into unreasonable pleasures, and regarded not those admonitions. For when he had married 700 wives, the daughters of princes and of eminent persons, and 300 concubines, and these beside the king of Egypt's daughter, he soon was governed by them.
He was serving them.
They were.
You know why? Because he was the servant to how they were doing things. He was governed by those women. He was governed by those priests. He was governed by their lifestyle.
He enslaved himself.
And he enslaved himself because he wanted to know why. Why? Why? Yes, you want. Stand up. If you're going to get yourself together, you're going to sleep. You're going to another room, the kiddie room, man. Like everybody else. Anyway. So yeah, he became a slave to them. Read on.
He soon was governed by them, till he came to imitate their practices.
So he served them. He served their ways until he was able to imitate it and then add on to it. It's the same point. He was a servant to him to learn and understand the process.
So he became their king.
No, I can't say that. But I'm just saying he gave himself to understand,
His queens.
and he served them to learn from him.
He financed it. He financed the building of their temple.
God, and he financed the priest,
Wow.
so we can learn how to do it. Read on.
He was forced to give them this demonstration of his kindness and affection to them.
This is how he proved that he loved them. And this goes into why the most of the woman's heart is like snares and bands. Because the snares and bands, these are all the things you're going to have to do for me to show me you love me. So every step he compromised, he was ensnaring himself into thicker and stronger bands.
But in his mind, I'm getting closer to the understanding.
Kind of. So he's trying to seek understanding, and he's trying to seek favor.
But the integrity is gone at this point.
Con. So that there's no respect now. Now you got to serve me. What's the next thing you got to do for me today?
Oh, so why trimmers out of ways for love?
Con.
Okay. Right.
All these verses kind of are based on his experience of what he's going through. Just to sit back and fit in. So let's keep going.
He was forced to give them this demonstration of his kindness and affection to them, to live according to the laws of their countries, And as he grew into years, and his reason became weaker by length of time, it was not sufficient to recall to his mind the institutions of his own country. So he still more and more condemned his own power, and continued to regard the gods that his marriages had introduced.
Now we're going to keep reading this, because it's showing you, we're about to read that he already, when he was building the temple, had showed small signs of slippage. And those small signs of slippage started just ramping up and deteriorating as we continue through his old age. So read on.
Line 195. Nay, before this happened, he sinned and fell into an error about the observation of the laws.
He says before he went all the way left serving these women, he was already sinning before this. And I put a picture on to kind of explain what's happening. Read on.
He sinned and fell into an error about the observation of the laws when he made the images of brazen oxen that supported the brazen sea.
Look online. He started slipping when he started making the brazen oxen that was under the brazen sea. Now, Daliad mentioned that I think it was Molech, right?
Yeah.
That had the ox head,
Yeah.
and it had the human body with the hands out like this.
Yeah.
So he was already setting up brazen oxen images near the temple that was holding up the brazen sea. You look online, he's showing you when he was making the temple, he was starting to slip by putting these animal imageries in and around the temple. Solomon, he was already slipping on this. When Josephus said that, he was already slipping by putting these animal images around the temple in the first place. Okay? He was already slipping. He was already veering off.
You're saying that was a sign of decline?
Yes. The brazen oxen was a sign of decline from the beginning. Because you weren't supposed to. It's going to explain why this was a sign of decline. It's going to explain it. Let's continue.
And the images of lions about his own throne.
He says, and the images of lions on his throne. Remember, it was the two on each side, going 6 steps down, ended up being 24 lions. The 24 lions on his throne was also the image of his decline, or the beginning of his decline, and he's going to explain why. Read on.
For these he made, although it was not agreeable to piety so to do. And this he did, notwithstanding that he had his father as a most excellent and domestic pattern of virtue.
And what he's explaining is that we didn't sit back here and have all these images of animals in our home.
Right.
We didn't have a home with all these images like this. A lot of the homes and property and that Israel, we didn't sit back here and bring images of animals in our homes back in those days. The nations did that. The nations had images. You know, everybody in Israel land says don't wear shields, then don't wear lions on your neck either. If everybody's going to talk about shields, you can't wear nothing on your neck. If we're going to get right, if we're going to get to the specifics about it, they want to talk about the shield. Stop rocking lions, stop rocking everything. Because if we're going to go back to Israelite culture, we didn't have any of these images anywhere in the temples or anywhere. It wasn't supposed to be that way. In our house, you'll sit back here, I don't know if I want to go here now, but you'll sit back and see back in the day that the Greeks introduced portraits in the house.
Yeah.
Here and have pictures on the walls in our Israelite homes. How do you know that? You know that because you didn't sit back here. We never saw images of Solomon during the time of Solomon. You never saw images of David during the time of David. All those images were put together when?
The time of the Greeks.
The time of the Greeks on up. The time of when Israel was in Europe. When we assimilated our culture, all those, what do you call it? We call them icons. Russian icons. All those icons came during the time when we was in Europe. and we had assimilated into the European culture. There's a reason. It was easy for the Greeks to sit back here and say they were Israelites, because there was no image proof to prove it. There were no pictures to prove it. Right? That's where we're going. So the point is, everybody wants to talk about shields. You can't wear nothing on your neck. Most of that wasn't about any imagery at all. So he's like, Solomon was already slipping when he put oxen under the brazen seat, and when he sat back here and had even the palm trees in the temple. It's the same thing. But it was a real thing with the lions and the animals, because all of those animals are tied to deity worship.
I thought we said last week, a couple weeks ago.
I know. I'm saying that, but listen, if we're sitting back here and listen, let's make sure we're clear on this. The Most High accepted it. You know how we know that? The cloud came down, and the Most High came down and wasn't displeased with it. So the Most High wasn't mad, but if we're going to sit back here and see when the decline started, you can see where it started. Now, if we're going to look at people in general, do people just turn from righteous and then in 5 minutes they're wicked?
No.
People gradually erode.
Yeah.
So there was a gradual erosion process that happened to Solomon. Over time he broke down. And this image that might not have had power over him at the time ended up becoming an issue when he kept feeding this process with these nations and these women. The point still remains that having these images in your house, why have a bunch of images of lions in your house? On your step stool up to your throne. What was the purpose of it? What was the need of it? Pretty much is what is being explained. And then all of these images turn into idols. It is what it is. Continue.
And the images of lions about his own throne. For these he made, although it was not agreeable to piety so to do.
It wasn't agreeable to piety so to do.
It wasn't agreeable to the ability. The church when I was breaking down, piety is when a person gives back to the Most High, right?
It's reverence to the Most High.
Reverence is reverence.
So it wasn't agreeable. It wasn't agreeable to showing the Most High respect.
There's the erection of an animal has nothing to do with how you serve the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with righteousness in how you serve the Most High.
God.
And the Most High was angry because that even after Aaron made that golden calf, you know, that was a slap in the Most High's face.
Mm-hmm.
To even it says that, and also where does it say that they made him like unto a ox.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we view the Most High. We view the Most High like an ox, and that's a slap in the Most High. That's a beast of burden. That's a slap in the Most High's face, or any animal. And this is why the Most High knew Israel would be this way, and why He wouldn't even show Himself to the children of Israel. Because if the Most High would have made an appearance to the children of Israel, and let's read that real quick, then Israel would have naturally adopted and had made
a physical image to
him. And that was in
listen, we were already trying to do that while you pawned the verse.
Yeah.
We were trying to do that in Judges 19. Remember that? Remember in Judges 19 when Israel really had no foundation and no standard, and even though Shiloh was the place where the tabernacle was, everybody was creating their own gods. Remember that guy down here? He sat back here and made his own god.
Yeah.
His own idol.
The time of
They were
Judges.
already trying to do Judges 19.
Had his own version of the Most High.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And just
how-
imagine if there was an image physically out there to make the mold up. People would have been going crazy. And that's the mind of our people. You find that verse yet?
I got it. It is,
Hosea.
no, it's when the Most High was in Mount of Hebron, and the Most High knew that. Let me see.
Look forward. We're going to finish off this Josephus real quick. It's not going to change your point. Let's get it. Let's keep reading.
line 196. And this he did, notwithstanding that he had his father as a most excellent and domestic pattern of virtue, and knew what a glorious character he had left behind him, because of his piety towards the Most High. Nor did he imitate David, although the Most High had twice appeared to him in his sleep.
Most High twice appeared to Solomon in his sleep. Read on.
And exhorted him to imitate his father.
Kinda.
So he died ingloriously. There came therefore a prophet to him, who was sent by the Most High, and told him that his wicked actions were not concealed from the Most High, and threatened him that he should not long rejoice in what he had done, that indeed the kingdom should not be taken from him while he was alive, because the Most High had promised to his father David that he would make him his successor, but that he would take care that this should befall his son when he was dead. Not that he would withdraw all the people from him, but that he would give 10 tribes to a servant of his, and leave only 2 tribes to David's grandson for his sake, because he loved the Most High, and for the sake of the city of Jerusalem wherein he should have a temple.
Okay. You find that verse yet?
No, not yet. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to hold off on Josephus for a little bit, and now we're going to go into 12:30. Let's go into
Question real quick.
yes, that
When it says in 198 that he would give 10 tribes to a servant of his and leave only 2 tribes to David's grandson for his sake, what does that mean?
we're going to explain it in a little bit. In a nutshell, there's 12 tribes. What the prophet is telling Solomon is that when your son takes power and you die, the kingdom is no longer going to be unified. So the kingdom was really only unified for 80 years during David's time and during Solomon's time. And that unity was going to get broken up soon. 10 of the tribes was going to belong to the 9.5, I mean the northern kingdom. The kingdom was going to get split between the northern and the southern kingdom. The southern kingdom is Judah and Benjamin. The northern kingdom is everybody else. And that happened because of because of Solomon's sin. Okay,
Yeah,
so that's pretty much what it is. You got it?
I got it. Yeah, Deuteronomy chapter 4, read verse 14. This is when he was the Most High was speaking to the children of Israel at Mount Horeb. Deuteronomy chapter 4, start at verse 14.
To what?
14 through 19.
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 14. And the Most High commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments,
Go ahead.
that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it.
Go ahead.
Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that the Most High spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire.
And he says there's a reason why the Most High didn't appear to the children of Israel. Because by whatever means that the Most High would have made himself apparent to the children of Israel, we would have made statues, we would have made idols, we would have made Jesus pieces, we would have made crosses, we would have made whatever image we saw of the Most High, that would have been a permanent for sale item in every neighborhood and every community among Israelites. Just like right now, how we adopt the rosary beads, the praying hands, the vigil, Mary, the cross. We're known for making the Jesus piece with the ruby eyes in it, with the little teardrop coming down his face. Our people love to worship an image as if it represents something. And that's why the Most High said, I'm not going to show myself to you, because he knows how idolatrous our people are. Read? We'll worship the damn image. Like even on the news, it's been on the news where a woman was making tortillas. And it looked like the picture of Christ came out as she was making tortillas. And people actually, because the tortilla looked like it had Christ's image with the crown on it, people came to this woman's house, put candles and flowers in her front yard, because they thought that Christ appeared in a tortilla. But read on. That's how our people are.
Well, that's why the Most High said, listen, the temple was the place for my name. He didn't even say, I'm in this temple.
Yep.
Because Most High is not in temples made with hands.
Yep.
He just says, this is the place of my namesake. And that's it. I'm sorry, keep going.
Read on.
Verse 16. Lest ye corrupt yourselves.
It says, "Lest ye what?"
Lest ye corrupt yourselves.
Because the Most High knows how we'll corrupt ourselves easily. Read on.
And make you a graven image.
And that's exactly how we're going to corrupt ourselves. We'll make a graven image. Go ahead.
The similitude of any figure.
He said the similitude of any figure. Read.
The likeness of male or female.
We'll create male statues or female statues. Read.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth.
Ox, lions, tigers, bears, leopards, panthers. Our people are known and notorious for putting animal figures, putting
tattoos,
tattoos, permanent animal figures on our bodies. You know what I'm saying? Pit bulls. You know what I'm saying? Our people put everything on their body. Read on.
The likeness of any winged fowl.
Birds, eagles. You know what I'm saying? Any chickens, whatever. Tweety bird. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
That flieth in the air.
Go ahead.
The likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground.
Go ahead. Crickets. Anything that creep on the ground. Snakes. Go ahead.
The likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth.
Sharks.
The koi fish.
Koi fish. Sharks. All that's popular culture for tattoos. Go ahead.
Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven,
Go ahead.
shouldest be driven to worship them.
And that's the zodiac. And our people love to put the zodiac on their body. I'm a Capricorn. I'm a Leo. I'm Aquarius. We love to put the zodiac on our body. Or we love to put the zodiac on our emblems, or on a chain, or on a necklace, on whatever, man. Our people are notorious for taking anything that comes out of the heaven, or on earth, or under the earth, in the waters, and make an image out of it, and wear it to represent us. Read.
And serve them.
And do what?
And serve them.
Go ahead.
Which the Most High thy power hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven.
He said the Most High gave the nations idols, not us. We were given something special. We had a special relationship with the Most High through faith, not through something physically obscene as an object. Seen as an object. So the Most High had a special relationship with us that went further and excelled that of the other nations. The nations are supposed to have idols. Read Psalms 96 and 5 real quick.
Yep.
Psalms chapter 96, verse 5. For all the gods of the nations are idols.
And that's why they erect statues out of images of man and beasts and animals. Because that's what the Most High gave them. Read.
But the Most High made the heavens.
But we're supposed to worship the Creator, not the creature or the creation. And that's the mistake that Israel makes. So Solomon had already started adopting these nations' cultures by erecting these physical statues and images.
Even if it's the ox represents strength, because that's why you would put that there. The ox represents strength, but then where do you take it from there? The fact that the ox represents strength, then what do you do with that? Then the praise starts. You start praising the ox for the strength. And you start trying to tap into that image and that image that brings you strength.
And you also start, and the image that brings you strength is the god attached to that ox.
And that's the point.
And that's what Malak was. Malak was the god of strength. So Molech was the god of strength. So just like Zeus is the supreme god, supreme deity, Thor. You start observing these deities and praising the gods that are attached to the animal. It's not just the animal.
Yep.
It's that the nations have a god attached to that animal.
Yep.
So in order to worship that animal, you're worshiping the god associated with the animal.
Exactly.
Just like
lion,
Dagon.
you would think lion represents strength too, to a certain degree. So there's a god that connects to that zone too.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
That's what it is, and that's what our people are notorious for.
God.
But go ahead. But you let that go. That's done.
So now let's go to 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 9 through 13.
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 9. And the Most High was angry with Solomon, because his heart was turned from the Most High power of Israel, which had appeared unto him twice.
And the Most High appeared to him twice, and you still go and you give yourself to the studying of how gods are put together, and you sit back here and you learn, you serve, you follow, you fund priests, you serve priests, then you sit and get to the point where you learn how to do these things, and then you're writing books on it. What you gonna say?
It just proves that you can never loosen up on yourself,
Huh?
no matter who you are.
And that's why
Solomon was the
living.
wisest man.
Yep. That's
Adam
why
was the first
moderation keeps you humble.
And
Moderation.
Samson was the strongest man.
Yep.
And I want to bring this out too in Ecclesiastes in the Bible 12:12. Read that real quick.
Arg.
Read that. And then also go back to that line 194 that you got into Josephus. Read that Ecclesiastes 12:12.
Ecclesiastes 12:12. And further, by these my son, be admonished of making many books, there is no end, and much study is a weariness of the flesh.
Now, if you're studying the wrong things, because sometimes we got a lot of times with brothers, the Bible is not good enough for them. You know, their curiosity causes them to go outside the Bible, and they feel like that if I study all these other sciences and all these other books and all these other belief systems, that I can find spirituality. And this is what happened to Solomon. He actually wrote this, but you know this because in that line 194 said what in Josephus?
Line 194. And as he grew into years, and his reason became weaker by length of time, it was not sufficient to recall to his mind the institutions of his own country.
Yeah, because he had already intermingled and commingled so many other beliefs and so many other ideologies,
knowledge,
that he wasn't able to distinguish what wisdom came from the Most High or what wisdom came from these other nations. He had contaminated his reason.
And this is why there has to be a closed-mindedness when it comes to understanding how these gods operate. What's the operation, how the nations keep their strength. You have to establish a closed-mindedness. You can't be so open-minded to tapping into everybody's zone. So we have to learn, understand scriptures, and this is for all of us. Because I know a lot of people that have read the Bible, then they'll sit back and read the damn Egyptian Book of the Dead. Then they'll sit back here and read the Dead Sea Scrolls. They'll also read
the Book of Mormon,
the Bhagavad, that Eastern or that Middle. That East Indian book,
the Bhagavad
the Bhagavad. That was I couldn't get the name of it. They're reading all these books, and the more of these books you read, it's hard for you to kind of pinpoint the original power or pinpoint. Even you go to reading the damn Quran, it's hard to sit back and stabilize your mind on what's the principal doctrine, the most principal concept. So there has to be a closed-mindedness that you have to have with all these other books.
And before you invite them other books, you have to have a heavy foundation in the Bible.
That's the point. Everything has to be premised off of that closed-minded nature. You have to be closed-minded initially to learn, get founded and rooted in the right thing. And then, if you have to sit back here and read a little bit of Quran, you're using it as leverage to correct and bring people your direction.
Right.
But even in that's a very dangerous zone to play.
A good modern example of that on a national level would be Kendrick Lamar. First album, he's a Christian. He's knocking on the pastor's door. Then he drops Black Panther. He's delving into Pan-Africanism or Africanism, Kemetic concepts. Then he drops Damn. He's a Hebrew Israelite. He drops his next album, and he's dealing with some spiritualist.
Yeah.
Every album,
He can't make up his mind.
this guy is into a different spirituality. You know why? This is what people do. They start mixing entheogens, or they start mixing drugs with studies. You start mixing and getting high and studying at the same time. You're blending these spirits together. You're coagulating the incorrect thought patterns, and it's not holy. So you're gonna get an unholy Babylonian thought pattern. You're gonna get a Babylonian
a distorted conscience. Because you've polluted reason. You've polluted what's correct. And now you start to say, or you start opening up doors and saying that, you know, it's okay to lean outside. And that's why you even got to be careful with collegiate knowledge. Because even in collegiate knowledge, in scholastic knowledge in schools and universities, they try to open up avenues of alternative beliefs and ways of thinking, especially in science, that shows you that there's other ways to prove life, There's other ways to prove the origin of mankind. There's other ways to prove the creation story, how we got here on earth. Now following that root system of these nations, now you believe that we started off as a tadpole, and then we was a frog, and then we was a salamander, and then we was a monkey, and then we became a prehistoric monkey, Magnus Croatian or whatever, that prehistoric man, and then now we became a man, and then now we became the final evolution of man as a white man. You know what I'm saying? Because he's supposed to be the highest. There's a book called and this is where these early historians will get their information from.
A man, right?
Yeah, it's
a man.
I got it. It'll come to me in a second. But you got these philosophies interjected into the Bible, and then you'll start believing and adopting this way of life that this white man is teaching you, that we came from the Big Bang Theory.
Yep.
And we came from two stars colliding,
yep.
And then boom, from that matter was created, and then from this matter, the earth and life was formed from these single cell organisms. Or we started off as an amoeba in some water, yep. And we was eating proteins through synthesis, through photosynthesis, and then that's how we started off as this single cell.
Then it was a tadpole.
Then it was a tadpole. Then the cells split, and then we became man.
Yeah.
You start. And then when you read 1 Corinthians, it says there's one flesh of man, one flesh of fish, and one flesh of beast.
Mm-hmm.
But if you start listening to this so-called high society or these alternative sciences, they'll start interjecting their philosophy within the idea that the Most High wants you to have. And that's why you have to be single-minded. You have to be, like the war said, closed-minded. Because if you let these outside information come in, you got a lot of brothers that have lost their way, that started off powerful and strong in the scriptures, and now they believe in Greco-Roman Empire, the Greco-Roman theology,
yes.
The pantheon of the gods.
Yes.
Now they're getting tattoos
Socratic
of
theory,
ox and Horus on their body. Now they've invited this other knowledge that has nothing to do with the Bible, that the Most High was telling Solomon stay away from. But this is not just for Solomon. This is for us. Solomon made his mistakes. Most High, he's the God of the living, not the dead. So we're the ones that's alive now that can't make these mistakes. We're the ones that can't duplicate these errors of Solomon. This information now is a warning for us, that for us not to invite so much outside knowledge as to call that all of a sudden truth. Now I'm a 10%er, because I got 10% of all knowledge that exists in the world. I got a little bit of Nawabianism. I got a little bit of Moore Science Temple. I got a little bit of Noble Drew Ali. I got a little bit of Marcus Garvey. Now I'm merging all these philosophies together. And I got a little bit of Haile Selassie.
Yep.
Haile Selassie. No, I was into that.
But it's a lot of our people merging beliefs.
I was into that. Selassie,
you know what I'm saying? That
Origin of Species.
Origin of Species.
By Darwin.
No, that's Charles Darwin. But it's another book that I got it at home.
Who wrote it?
Let me see.
Who's the author?
Basically, what it's saying is, it's the book that was written around the 1700s.
Okay.
And this guy was a scientist, and he said that the white man is the highest form of man and its most elite evolution. And people took that passage from this scientist, this so-called scientist, and this is where they created this race theory of who's more.
Critical race theory.
Not
that was later.
That's what's her name? But this race theory of who is the smartest, most elite person in the earth.
Yep. And then you take that and you just feed survival of the fittest.
Right. And then that's how you have then you make laws. Then governments make laws pertaining to who is the elite in society, who is the smartest in society. Then you have the French that'll come in and do these aptitude tests. And then you get from aptitude tests, they're saying that because your people aren't elite or aren't educated or aren't smart, then they should be subjugated to these type of jobs or torments, because you're just not a naturally knowledgeable people, because you're not naturally an intellectual people. So they make laws isolating you in boxes, neighborhoods, or job opportunities, or schools education. You're not smart enough to be in a school because of your race. Right. And this justifies racism.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But that's what their theories do. That's what their philosophies do. In the end, they use this information so to put you in a box to say, this is why it justifies that we should treat you like a slave. This is why you're only 3/5 of a man. This is why you don't deserve to be on the same equal plane as we do, because you're only this smart. But the people that create these theories, that these so-called scientists, it comes from their philosophies.
Mm-hmm.
It don't come from the Bible. It's not rooted in the scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you can defeat all that crap when you have a sound knowledge of the scripture. Yes, sir.
That weariness, and it also means, when you trace the definition, inattention, negligence, and slackness.
Mm-hmm.
Weariness of the flesh, right? Basically,
Yeah,
that's
that
what-
weariness,
Yeah.
that means inattention, negligence, and slackness.
Because all it does is separate you from the pursuit of the scriptures, and it untethers you from your strength.
Right.
It untethers you from your potency. Well, let's keep going. 1 Kings 11 and 9. Read it again.
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High was angry with Solomon, because his heart was turned from the Most High power of Israel, which had appeared unto him twice, and had commanded him concerning this thing, that he should not go after other gods. But he kept not that which the Most High commanded.
There's a combination of that lust and those questions, that curiosity. But keep going.
Wherefore the Most High said unto Solomon, Forasmuch as this is done of thee, and thou hast not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded thee, I will surely rend the kingdom from thee, and will give it to thy servant. Notwithstanding, in thy days I would not do it for David thy father's sake, but I will rend it out of the hand of thy son. Howbeit, I will not rend away all the kingdom, but will give one tribe to thy son for David my servant's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, which I have chosen.
So what he's saying, he's telling Solomon, when your son gets into power, I'm going to take and split the kingdom out of his hands. And what I'm going to do, the southern kingdom, the kingdom that stays with Rehoboam, is only going to be one tribe. Now we understand that one tribe of Judah, he's really talking about Judah and Benjamin, because they were connected at the time. Now during the time of Saul, and during the time further behind, Benjamin was kind of aligned with the northern kingdom. But at this time, Judah and Benjamin are aligned to themselves, and the rest of the tribes are connected up north. You're going to also read, we're going to go into it a little bit, that Simeon was situated right in the middle of Judah. They end up moving out and eradicating and going up north too, and blending in there too. Some blended in with Judah, but a lot of them blended in north. But let's keep going.
Verse 14. And the Most High stirred up an adversary unto Solomon.
When you start sinning, the Most High starts making your life uncomfortable.
Yo.
So now adversity, now people are starting to rise up against him. People are starting to rise up against Solomon. Now he has enemies now, when for the majority of his life in power, everything was at peace. Read on.
And the Most High stirred up an adversary unto Solomon, Hadad the Edomite.
Mm-hmm.
He was of the king's seed in Edom.
Now hold tight. We're going to read in the Josephus, because it gives a little more explanation about Hadad and these guys. Josephus, book 8, chapter 7, paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6, page 227.
Let's read that.
When Solomon heard that he was grieved and greatly confounded,
When he heard this news that the kingdom was taken from him, or it will be taken when his next generation kicks in, then he was grieved. Read on.
and greatly confounded.
You know, people only get grieved when they realize that they lose something after that. How come he wasn't grieving when he was in the middle of the sinning?
Yeah, that's true, man.
The grieving only comes after you lose. Read on.
Upon this change of almost all that happiness which had made him to be admired, into so bad a state, nor had there much time passed after the prophet had foretold what was coming, before the Most High raised up an enemy against him, whose name was Adar, who took the following occasion of his enmity to him.
Adar or Hadad, same thing, same person. Read on.
He was a child of the stock of the Edomites and of the blood royal.
So he was an Edomite of the royal blood. Read on.
And when Joab, the captain of David's host, laid waste the land of Edom, and destroyed all that were men grown and able to bear arms for 6 months' time, this Hadad fled away.
So they took 6 months to wipe out all the men who could fight out. All the men of war age, he wiped them all out. Read on. So this one son, this one royal son, he escapes. Read on.
And came to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, who received him kindly, and assigned him a house to dwell in, and a country to supply him with food. And when he was grown up, he loved him exceedingly, insomuch that he gave him his wife's sister, whose name was Taphanes, to wife, by whom he had a son, who was brought up with the king's children. When Hadad heard in Egypt that both David and Joab were dead, he came to Pharaoh, and desired that he would permit him to go to his own country. Upon which the king asked what it was that he wanted, and what hardship he had met with.
So the king really wanted to keep this guy Hadad in his area and look after him until he died. But Hadad was like, no, you didn't do anything wrong. Everything was cool. I just want to bounce. Read on.
That he was so desirous to leave him, and when he was often troublesome to him, and entreated him to dismiss him, he did not then do it. But at the time when Solomon's affairs began to grow worse on account of his forementioned transgressions, and the Most High's anger against him for the same, Hadad, by Pharaoh's permission, came to Edom. And when he was not able to make the people forsake Solomon, for it was kept under by many garrisons.
So Hadad left Egypt. He was of royal blood, so he had heir to the throne. He goes to Edom and said, listen, let's go whip up on Solomon. Let's get our army and fight. They were like, no. These guys have garrisons in Edom. They got us locked down. We gonna be quiet and pay these taxes so we can live. Read on.
And an innovation was not to be made with safety. He removed thence and came into Syria.
So he left and went to Syria. And don't forget what you're gonna read down the line. Syria was building and getting strong. You just had David, who just subdued him and broke him. And it took him a long time to break down Syria, but Syria is rebuilding, and they gave Israel problems all throughout the time of Kings. Syria gave Israel problems through the time of Kings, and then Assyria rose up after Syria. Okay? Well, let's continue.
Line 204. There he lighted upon one Rezin, who had run away from Hadadezer, king of Zobah, his master, and was become a robber in that country, and joined friendship with him.
So listen, he sat back here. Hadad, the Edomite, went to Syria. There he lighted upon one Rezon, who had run away from Hadadezer, the king of Zobah, his master, and he was a robber in that country, and joined friendship with him. So these two guys began to start robbing and cheating and stealing all around the countryside. Read on.
And joined friendship with him, who had already a band of robbers about him.
So now they had a crew of thieves that was robbing and pillaging. Outlaws, man. What was that damn movie? What was that movie with the outlaws back in the day? Young Guns. This is Young Guns Part 1. This is Young Guns Part 1. Yeah, Charlie's name was Emilio Estevez, brother. And who?
Yeah.
This is Young Guns 1. They run around the countryside making money, stealing, robbing. Read on.
So he went up and seized upon that part of Syria, and was made king thereof. He also made incursions into the land of Israel.
So they started robbing and pillaging and taking from Israel a little bit at a time. Read on.
And did no small mischief, and spoiled it, and that in the lifetime of Solomon.
So listen, everybody says Solomon was the Prince of Peace. But you know what? It wasn't peace the whole time, man. When he started sinning, he started having robbers and looters, and he couldn't control them. It's hard to control these little bands of guys that come in and come out, roll in and roll out. This was happening. It was plaguing them. This is what happens when you sin, huh? You have these little thorns and these little issues that pop up, and you can't control it. Read on.
There's strange calamities start happening too.
Strange calamities, they come out of left field.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
And this was the calamity which the Hebrews suffered by Hadad.
Okay, we're gonna hold off on paragraph 7 because that deals with Jeroboam. So let's continue in the scriptures. 1 Kings 11, verse 14 through 14 through 25.
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 14. And the Most High stirred up an adversary unto Solomon, Hadad the Edomite. He was the king's seat in Edom. For it came to pass when David was in Edom, and Joab the captain of the host was going up to bury the slain, after he had smitten every male in Edom. For 6 months did Joab remain there with all Israel, until he had cut off every male in Edom. That Hadad fled, he and certain Edomites of his father's servants with him, to go into Egypt, Hadad being yet a little child.
When they talk about every male in Edom, they're killing all the males that are of war age. They don't kill off every single male. They would destroy the entire nation at that point. Read on.
Verse 18. And they arose out of Midian and came to Paran. And they took men with them out of Paran, and they came to Egypt, unto Pharaoh king of Egypt, which gave him an house, and appointed him victuals, and gave him land. And Hadad found great favor in the sight of Pharaoh, so that he gave him to wife the sister of his own wife, the sister of Tahpenes, the queen. And the sister of Tahpenes bare him Gebnubath, his son, whom Tahpenes weaned in Pharaoh's house, and Genubath was in Pharaoh's household among the sons of Pharaoh. And when Hadad heard in Egypt that David slept with his fathers, and that Joab, the captain of the host, was dead, Hadad said to Pharaoh, Let me depart, that I may go to mine own country. Then Pharaoh said unto him, But what hast thou lacked with me, that behold, thou seekest to go to thine own country? And he answered, Nothing. Howbeit, let me go in any wise.
So listen, the Pharaoh didn't do anything wrong. It was just Hadad's time to go leave and start robbing and hustling out there in his land. Read on. And Josephus said he tried to go to Edom. Edom was scared to fight, so he left and went up and met up with this guy Rezon, and they started pillaging and robbing from the position of Syria. Read on.
And the Most High stirred him up another adversary, Rezon, the son of Eliada, which fled from his lord Hadadezer, king of Zobah. And he gathered men unto him, and became captain over a band, when David slew them of Zobah. And they went to Damascus and dwelt therein, and reigned in Damascus. And he was an adversary to Israel all the days of Solomon, beside the mischief that Hadad did. And he abhorred Israel, and reigned over Syria. And Jeroboam the son of Nebat, an Ephrathite.
Hold on 1 second. Now we're going to get into Jeroboam. Things start to pick up heavy now. Now we're dealing with the situation with Jeroboam, and we're already reading that there were foreign issues and foreign battles and foreign struggles for power. There's no doubt about that. Now we're going to sit back here and read where the domestic battles started nurturing and feeding itself, and how that ended up affecting Rehoboam's position in power when he became king. It wasn't like, when you sit back, especially how I used to read it, you'll sit back here and you'll read about the split of the kingdom, right? And you think that Rehoboam just came in, flexed, and they just were inflamed and left. But there were things that Solomon did that led to why the 9½ tribes split so quickly. And we're going to explain this in verse 26. It wasn't just the fact that Rehoboam made a dumb decision in flexing his power because of his youth and inexperience. So we're going to kind of get some background on Jeroboam real quick, so we can understand how this guy is wired, because he was going to end up being the king of the northern tribes. So read verse 26.
Verse 26. And Jeroboam the son of Nebat, an Ephrathite of Zereda, Solomon's servant, whose mother's name was Zeruiah.
Stop. So Jeroboam, son of Nebat. Now we're going to read that really his father Nebat died early. He died at an early age. So his father wasn't in the house. He was an Ephraimite. He was the servant of Solomon, whose mother's name was Zeruiah. We're going to sit back here and get that name in Zeruiah. We're going to go real quick and explain that. 1 Kings 11 and 26. Zeruiah H6871 in the Strong's Concordance, Zeruiah means leprous. So his mama was leprous. His mama was leprous. And what does that tell you? When people have leprous skin, what's the law on leper? That they got to stay the hell out the land until that skin gets clean. And it also explains that when that person has leprosy, that they also have what?
Their mind.
They have distemper of the mind.
Yeah.
They have distemper of the mind. And we'll sit back here and we'll go into distemper real quick. This is important. Distemper means bad constitution of the mind, undue predominance of a passion or appetite, want of due balance of parts or opposite qualities and principles. As the temper of distemper of the empire consisting of contraries. Literally an undue or unnatural temper, a disproportionate mixtures of parts. What is it showing? It's showing you that this guy's mother was off in the mind. She had a distemper of mindset. She was negative. She didn't have a proper constitution and foundation of how she processed things.
She raised him with erroneous opinions.
So once again, now that negative disposition, he was raised around a woman of negative disposition. It kind of gives you understanding as to why he was so incensed and why he was so quick to compromise right from wrong to sustain power. What you're going to read about Jeroboam is that he had work ethic, he was industrious, he had ambition, he had physical, carnal ambition, but he also had aspects of that bad constitution of mind. That desire to keep power by any means. He was in, listen, what you're going to read about, he was industrious in the physical, but he wasn't industrious in the what?
In the mind.
In the spiritual. He didn't have that desire to be industrious and doing things the right way and pursuing the Most High and being honorable in the eyes of the Father. He just wanted in. He wanted to come up. He wanted out of his condition.
Well, you know, it's a lot of our people have that 50-cent mentality.
That's the point I was bringing out.
Yeah. Get rich and
die trying.
Yeah.
I need it. I need the negative.
Yeah.
I need it for the energy.
Need it for the energy. But you know,
that's how people are.
You know, so crazy. If 50 Cent's mind was that great to where he can propel himself in the negative, how much more could he have propelled himself in righteousness?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And been great in righteousness. You know what I'm saying? If he was that industrious,
yep.
You know, and that sharp to where he was able to pull himself out of the projects,
yep.
And by any means necessary, but it just shows you that our people they have zeal, but not according to knowledge, like Paul said.
And the scripture also says our people are wise to do evil. We'll be wise to do evil. We'll be zealous to do evil. We have ambition all them day long. But if we don't have ambition to do right and live spiritually. So just giving a little understanding of Jeroboam before we even go in. How this guy was raised. And the more and more I read about these names, a lot of times, man, when they have these strange characteristics behind their names, it's kind of like a reminder that, hey, man, these names, they're giving these names, the author or the writers of this book is giving the names to kind of give a connection of who they were. I doubt very seriously her name was Zeruiah from the womb. Well, Zeruiah ended up being, or her name was this leprous baby. I'm going to call you leprous baby, leper. But the point is this, she was leprous because her disposition was evil. Her constitution of mind was negative.
No different than Nimrod. Nimrod means, what was it?
Mighty one.
Mighty hunter. I thought it meant rebel. Rebel too.
Namarud becomes rebel.
Yeah, so
to rebel.
This guy's that wasn't his real name, but he represented a rebellious government.
Khan. So here we at. His mother is named Zeruiah. This leprous woman, a widow woman. Read on.
Solomon's servant, whose mother's name was Zeruiah, a widow woman, even he lifted up his hand against the king.
What this is saying is Jeroboam tried to set up an insurrection against Solomon. Jeroboam tried to set up an insurrection against Solomon, and it's going to explain itself. But listen, Jeroboam wasn't some saint. This guy was hungry. He wanted power. He wanted position. To lift up your hand against the king, meaning you're trying to flex your power against his power. You're trying to operate in opposition against the king. So he tried to lead a coup against Solomon. Okay, read on.
Verse 27. And this was the cause that he lifted up his hand against the king.
He says, and this is the reason that he lifted up his hand against the king. This is the reason, and this is how it went down that he set this coup up against Solomon. Read on.
Solomon built Milo. Or Milo, sorry.
Milo. So listen, now we go back on the screen. We got Milo, which is right next to the city of David. Yeah, Milo. Milo. So Milo is right next to the city of David, and Milo is like a fortification that lines up right off of the walls of the temple, or the walls of the city. It's a fortification next to the walls. All right. So, and that Milo, that fort, kind of lines up right next to David's palace. This is the city of David, and as we know later on, this is Solomon's house, and that's the temple. So in the process of them rebuilding Milo, they were also rebuilding all the walls and the structure of the city of Jerusalem. This was that time. Now, when you sit back and read earlier in the scriptures, Solomon first did the temple, right? 7 years, right? Then it took 13 years to build his house, right? Remember the sequence of things? It was the temple for 7. It was his house for 13. 13. It was 13. It was 20 years for all of it. And then the next major project was what? It was the re-establishing of the walls around the temple, along with Milo. How do we know this? 1 Kings 9 and 15.
1 Kings chapter 9, verse 15. And this is the reason of the levy which King Solomon raised.
So, levy, what is a levy? Levy is a tax, or levy is the use of people, servants. And go here and get this. The levy is to raise, to collect by assessment, to levy taxes, toll, tribute, or contributions. It's also troops collected, army raised. So it's a collection of people, or the act of collecting men for military or other public service, as by enlistment, enrollment, or by other means. And the verse that's used is 1 Corinthians chapter 9. So when Solomon set up this levy in 1 Corinthians chapter 9, it was a levy of men to do a public service to rebuild the walls of Solomon and to set up Milo. So that's very important. It was a levy of men to do a public service. Read verse 15.
Verse 15. And this is the reason of the levy which King Solomon raised.
So Solomon raised a levy of people. He set up a group of people to come down here and rebuild these walls. Read on.
For to build the house of the Most High, and his own house, and Milo, and the wall of Jerusalem, and Hazor, and Megiddo, and Gezer.
So it was also to set up these walls in Hazor, Megiddo, and Gezer. He was fortifying those cities. If I'm not mistaken, the king of Egypt took out the city of Gezer and gave it as a gift to his daughter, the Ethiopian woman, the Egyptian woman. So when they sat back and took over the cities, they made fortifications around it. So the levy was set up for Milo and the walls and all these other things, right? So that's what's happening here in 1 Corinthians 11, is how Jeroboam got set up and how he raised up against Solomon. First Kings, huh?
You said
I don't know what the hell's printing in my brain now. 1 Kings 11. So it's going back there, but understanding that the process of these walls that got made didn't happen in his old age. He was setting up these walls in the midst of him building the kingdom, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't sitting back here building the walls when he was done. It was 20 years. Listen, he came into power in his late teens or in his 20s. So he had 40 years to take out the house and to do the house and the temple. He was only 40. He was only 40, wasn't old. So he's 40 at the very least when he's setting up the walls. Right? So, read verse 27 from the top.
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 27. And this was the cause that he lifted up his hand against the king. Solomon built Milo and repaired the breaches of the city of David his father.
So he's repairing the breaches of the city walls. And he's building up Milo, which is the entryway into David's house. Okay, David's house. Now read on.
And the man Jeroboam was a mighty man of valor. And Solomon seeing the young man that he was industrious.
So Solomon realized it could spot talent a mile away. Jeroboam was industrious. He had hustle. He had motivation to get the damn job done. Read on.
He made him ruler over all the charge of the house of Joseph.
So he made him ruler over the charge that was of the house of Joseph. Now, what's the house of Joseph? Technically, what's Joseph?
That's Ephraim.
And Manasseh.
Joseph is Ephraim and Manasseh, to be specific.
Right.
Joseph is Ephraim and Manasseh, the two tribes, to be specific. Now, if you want to get general, Joseph is the entire northern kingdom. Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is important to understand, because when you sit back here and you read into the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, let me take this out. Let me take. I got a bunch of these images out here. I'm tripping. What the hell? Okay, when you sit back, there's a book right here, the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia. This is important because this is what explains why the tensions were so heavy in the first place. When it goes into Jeroboam's rise and revolt, listen to this. Having noticed his ability, the king made him overseer of the fortification in public work at Jeros, which is Jerusalem, short for Jerusalem, and placed him over the levy from the house of Joseph. Right? We read that in the scriptures. The fact that the latter term may stand for the whole of the 10 tribes, and we know that also, we explain this also. Joseph either means Ephraim and Manasseh, or it means all the 9.5 tribes, the northern kingdom. Check this out. Indicates the importance of the position. It was important, and it was an honor to be the head over all the northern tribes or the head of the 2 tribes. It said, indicates the importance of the position which, however, he used to plot against the king. No doubt, he had the support of the people in his designs. Prejudices of long standing were augmented when Israelitish interests were made subservient to Judah and to the king, while enforced labor and burdensome taxation filled the people's hearts with bitterness and jealousy. What's happening is, when Solomon was setting up the walls and the repairing of the walls and the repairing of Milo, he only had the 9.5 tribes do it. This is where the beef came. And this is how the insurrection started. And this was fueling the jealousy and the envy between Judah and the northern tribes. He was having, listen, the reason he had Jeroboam over the levy of the house of Joseph, because the house of Joseph were the only ones doing the damn levy. So if the house of Joseph was the only ones doing the levy, Judah was walking around smiling in Jerusalem.
Living good.
Judah was smiling, Benjamin was smiling in Israelite, while the 9.5 tribes were doing this laborious ass work that Solomon had the 9.5 tribes do. So what was happening is Jeroboam used this incident to raise his hand against Solomon. Okay? Other parts it says,
he gets to instigate an uprising.
He instigated an uprising, but it was based on what? Solomon sat back here and made a levy of only the 9.5 tribes to rebuild these walls.
It was preferential treatment.
And the 9.5 tribes got pissed. They were pissed that they had to do all this work and the work wasn't spread throughout Benjamin and Judah. But this was Solomon's levy. So they had to eat it. So this was what was fueling the hostilities and why things were so bad when Rehoboam went to meet them. Now it makes more sense why just one little conversation or bad interaction caused the split. Because there was all and now it makes sense why the 9.5 tribes said, listen, man. Because the thing is this, when Rehoboam went to talk to the people, you know that he went to Shechem, right? Shechem was in the land of Manasseh. So he went to the 9.5 tribes jurisdiction. He was already accepted. Rehoboam was already accepted with Judah and Benjamin. He went to Shechem to talk to the 9.5 tribes. And the 9.5 tribes, what'd they say? Solomon was hard on us. Now it makes sense. Rehoboam wasn't in Jerusalem when this happened. He was in the 9.5 tribes jurisdiction. And they said, listen, man, Solomon was too much on us. Take off the pressure that Solomon put on us and we'll serve you. And when Rehoboam said, I'm going to make it harder on y'all dudes, they said, forget you. Because in their head, you're going to make it harder on us and make it easy on Judah and Benjamin. That makes a lot more sense. Doesn't it? Then, because I'm like, I used to think, why the hell would Judah and Benjamin be okay with hard-ass taskmaster work and not the 9.5 tribes? Judah and Benjamin didn't have to deal with this heat. The 9.5 did. And this is why they sat back here and they had this insurrection.
It said that was prejudice that Solomon used on the 9.5 tribes. It said the genial and imposing personality of Solomon had been able to stem the tide of discontent, excited by his oppressive regime, which at his death burst all restraints. Nevertheless, the northern tribes, at a popular assembly held at Shechem, solemnly promised to serve Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, who had already been proclaimed king at Jerusalem. He was already king at Jerusalem. He went to Shechem to sit back here and get the 9.5 tribes on board. So it said, the son of who had already been proclaimed king of Jerusalem, on condition that he would lighten the burdens that someone justly rested upon them. Instead of receiving the magna charla which they expected, meaning the consideration, the king in the spirit of despotism gave them a rough answer, and I think this is he just said he was going to oppress them even more.
Right. Despondency?
It said
Despotism.
Despotism.
Oh, okay.
And he said this, but despotism lost today. The rough answer of the king was met by it says the Martialism, or the Martialize of the people. Point is this: 9.5 tribes were done with Judah, but it was initiated by how hard Solomon was working on breaking them with these levies, and the levies weren't evenly distributed amongst the Judites and the Benjamites. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This is why the issues were festering so much during Jeroboam's time.
It's like work. It's like we have now in this common era. We have work issues.
Yep. It was labor. It was labor issues.
Labor issues.
The labor wasn't distributed evenly. Jeroboam was the head of the 9.5 tribes early. Don't forget, this is before he got kicked out and escaped to Egypt. And then when Solomon died, Jeroboam came back up from Egypt and caused hell. But these resentments and issues were happening in the middle of Solomon's kingdom.
Because it's manual labor versus the military jobs that were given to.
That's the point.
So it's caliber job which leads to classism.
Cut. There you
Amongst
go.
the Jews.
There you go. So he was picking the Judites to sit back and set up the warriors, and them 9.5 boys was sitting back and lifting bricks.
But the reason, you think the reason for it would be a lot of those wars were fought by Judah at the front line, so to speak, right? Judah and Benjamin fight these. I'm just saying.
It's easy to say that, but when your back is on fire, when your back, Ephraim could fight too,
I didn't say it wasn't true. I'm just saying. That, as far as that may be a reason for like that decision.
Whatever it is.
The contract of labor needed to be renegotiated.
Listen,
and it wasn't.
And you know the problem is.
Let's be honest, bro.
Let's be honest.
To this day, 9.5 still say Judah lazy.
They say
That's why they say don't marry. Don't marry my daughters, man.
Damn you, Solomon!
All these biases. Listen, all these biases and these resentments were fed at this point. The 9.5 tribes. He had to bring Issachar to lift all the bricks out. Issachar and Ephraim do all the lifting out. And Judah's here at the house fanning and chilling out and smiling out. And they get to work out. They get to work out, go to the gym out. And the 9.5 tribe is out here sweating, huh? This is what happened, huh? This is what happened, huh? And this sat back here and built resentment amongst the northern tribes. So now, because Jeroboam had the work ethic, he led the work crew, but he used it. He used the fact that he was appointed to be the head to gain power over Solomon. We're going to read what happened. From the verse 27 down, kind of backtracks into the rebellion. It gives the history of how the rebellion festered.
You know, honestly, it's like, it kind of makes sense. I mean, it makes complete sense because, you know, we joke about it, but, you know, a lot of my people, like Mexicans, Native Americans, like we're in the same struggle, but we also hate each other.
Good.
But like it never made sense to me why. And so like I guess like now reading the history and understanding it.
This was deeply rooted in us from the beginning, huh?
There's the only way you could explain it is through scripture.
Listen, the scripture said there's a prophecy saying Ephraim will no longer envy Judah, and Judah will no longer vex Ephraim. Listen, Judah was vexing Ephraim here, right?
Right.
Judah was vexing the hell out of Ephraim, right? Judah is in Jerusalem. Judah was a heavily Judah and Benjamin city, right? Because Judah was on the border of Judah and Jerusalem was on the border of Judah and Jerusalem. So don't forget, Jerusalem was the elite city. So all the royalty and the one that got the special perks was up in Jerusalem, right? Solomon didn't bother to go to Hebron and get Judah from Hebron and get Benjamin out. He's going to get all these boys up north and get their ass working. Get them Danites up there chilling. We getting Issachar, we getting Ephraim, we getting Naphtali, we getting all these boys out and touch the smoke. And everybody else, the Judah and Benjamin gets a layup out. This is the deal, right?
There's an imbalance of the distribution of labor.
Yep.
And that imbalance causes enmity. It causes, even on the job. We're on the job today. It's who's doing more than who.
Yep. But the problem is they said because of Solomon's stature and how potent he ruled, they weren't going to, most of them kind of cowered down and didn't want to do it. Huh? When you get this weak new king coming in, and we can flex on this guy. That's how it always is, huh? You can't do nothing. He's a bully in the block. Solomon got everybody. He's on everybody's ass hot. So we've got to kind of cower down and deal with this bullshit. But you know what? When Biden gets out of office, when the election ends, we gonna get this dude out of here. Listen, we only got 2 more years of this dude. We got 2 more years of this dude. 2 more years of bad gas prices and inflation. I'm being stupid, but you get the point.
Yeah.
You got to deal with this bullshit until 2 more years. So this is where he's at. So let's continue in 1 Kings 11. What is Corinthians deep? 1 Kings 11. I know, man. 1 Kings 11 and verse 28 again. Yeah.
Well, we were past that.
No, let's just get. I know. But let's read it again.
Verse 28. And the man Jeroboam was a mighty man of valor. And Solomon, seeing the young man that he was industrious, he made him ruler over all the charge of the house of Joseph.
Because the charge was for Joseph to take care of that Milo joint and the restructuring of the walls. Read on.
Verse 29. And it came to pass at that time when Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem,
He was leaving Jerusalem. Read on.
that the prophet Ahijah the Shilonite found him in the way, and he had clad himself with a new garment, and they two were alone in the field. And Ahijah,
Whatever. Yeah.
and Ahijah caught the new garment that was on him and rent it in 12 pieces. And he said to Jeroboam, take thee 10 pieces, for thus saith the Most High, the power of Israel. Behold, I will rend the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon, and will give 10 tribes to thee.
The question is this: if Solomon was still constructing the walls, could he have been that old? Couldn't have been that old, huh? He was still in construction mode.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He was still in construction mode, and the prophet already knew that Solomon was going to lose his kingdom. And it was told, this prophet told Jeroboam, 10 tribes are going to go to you. Read on.
Verse 32. But he shall have one tribe for my servant David's sake.
And one tribe is Judah, and is obviously Benjamin too. Read on.
And for Jerusalem's sake, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel.
So you see how the 9.5 tribes felt things were unfair anyway. Don't forget, when Joshua got into the kingdom, he was Ephraim. The temple or the tabernacle was in Shiloh, which was an Ephraimite city. Ephraim for years felt they were the head for the longest. There was always pride amongst Ephraim. As soon as there was land distribution, Ephraim was the first one complaining about land. Go back in Joshua. Ephraim was pissed. They thought they didn't have enough land for the caliber of their nation. And Joshua was Ephraim. Joshua said, listen, man, if you want more land, fight them giants on there. Fight them giants on the other side, and you can have that land. But there was this air of arrogance amongst Ephraim anyway, from the time of Joshua, and to the point where even in the time of Judges, when a judge would rise up and stand up for the people, Ephraim would roll up on that judge and say, how come you didn't sit back and tell me you was going to take over these kingdoms? You should have called us in here. We would have fought for you. So there was obviously enmity and pride that was amongst Ephraim from the time of Joshua up. So now you got this pride of Ephraim, but the Most High all throughout Samuel was saying, Judah's going to be the one. Judah's the head tribe. I'm working through David. I'm working through Solomon. So that pride was festering up. Then you got Solomon breaking these dudes, making Ephraim and the 9.5 tribes do all this menial work and putting more burdens on the 9.5 tribes. You can see how this anger and these issues were festering, and it was creating a rift. Now you have Solomon, who was sinning to the point where this prophet was told by the Most High to tell Jeroboam, you are going to be the next head of the 9.5 tribes when he splits it up upon Solomon's death. Right? Read on.
Verse 32, Scott. Verse 33. Because that they have forsaken me and have worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians.
So he's worshiping all these gods, and they're still constructing the damn walls. They're still constructing the walls. So he's been sinning for a minute.
Yeah.
Solomon was sinning for a minute. They're still in construction mode, and he's still making these gods and he's making these temples for these people, for his wives. Read on.
Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians. Hamash, the god of the Moabites. And Milcom, the god of the children of Ammon. And have not walked in my ways to do that which is right in mine eyes, and to keep my statutes and my judgments, as did David his father. Howbeit, I will not take the whole kingdom out of his hand, but I will make him prince all the days of his life.
So listen, the prophecy was that Solomon was going to be prince all the days of his life. So the prophecy was that Solomon was going to live and be in power the whole time. Read on. Just keep that in mind. Read on.
But I'll make him prince all the days of his life for David my servant's sake, whom I chose, because he kept my commandments and my statutes.
Read on.
But I would take the kingdom out of his son's hand, and would give it unto thee, even 10 tribes.
But the funny thing is, the prophecy was that once his son gets into power, the kingdom was going to go to Jeroboam. But Jeroboam did what? Jeroboam lifted his hand up against Solomon. So it's showing you about Jeroboam's character. This guy didn't give a shit about prophecy. in the scriptures and waiting and being patient. Jeroboam was like, I'm gonna be the king, let's do it now.
Yeah.
He didn't hear the part where it said, you gotta wait till Solomon dies, bro, before it goes into your hand. He's just sitting back here trying to get in and get his power because he heard you're gonna be the king.
It said he
He got this hustler's ambition, huh?
Yeah.
He got the hustler's ambition out. He wants power, but he don't have nothing, not a spiritual bone in his body out. It was all about getting on top and getting power. There's not a scripture running through his dude's head out.
It's just about position, leverage, and his way of doing things, and putting his lineage in position to thrive. It's not about the Most High.
It's not about.
He was not a shepherd.
Exactly.
He wasn't a biblical shepherd.
It wasn't about pulling. It was about pulling his people off that labor. He's pulling himself off that labor.
He was like Hoffa. He was like Jimmy Hoffa. He was like a labor guy. He just wanted to protect his guys and be the king guy. He was a be the king and let me get away from Judah because I got a problem with Judah. That's just what it is, huh? Because the prophet said, listen, wait until he passes and it's going to you. And once again, from verse 27 down, explains how the insurrection began between him and Solomon. It just explains the insurrection. So once he heard this, it was a green light go to sit back here and rally the people to start this insurrection. Read on. It just showed you the caliber of man Jeroboam was from the beginning. Read on.
Verse 34. Howbeit I would not take the whole kingdom out of his hand, but I would make him prince all the days of his life for David my servant's sake, whom I chose because he kept my commandments and my statutes. But I would take the kingdom out of his son's hand, and would give it unto thee, even 10 tribes. And unto his son will I give 1 tribe, that David my servant may have a light always before me in Jerusalem.
So Mosai gave David and Solomon's family line 2 tribes to rule over in perpetuity. Read on.
The city which I have chosen me to put my name there. And I will take thee, and thou shalt reign according to all that thy soul desireth, and shalt be king over Israel. And it shall be, if thou wilt hearken unto all that I command thee, and will walk in my ways, and do that is right in my sight, to keep my statutes and my commandments, as David my servant did, that I will be with thee, and build thee a sure house, as I built for David, and will give Israel unto thee.
The condition is still servitude. If Jeroboam put the Most High first, he'd always bless Jeroboam in his lineage. But it didn't work because he wasn't listening. Read on.
And I will for this afflict the seed of David, but not forever.
So what's happening? I'm going to afflict the seed of David, but not forever. You're going to read this because as soon as the 9.5 tribes split, Judah got hit for a little bit. They were getting hit with afflictions and they were getting attacked and beat up all night. The king Shishak, which is the Egyptian king, and we're about to read in verse 40, rose up against Rehoboam and stole a lot of their bread. A lot of the money that Solomon had, they took it. 9.5 was smiling and living their life out, and they were thriving for a little bit while Judah was suffering. But this was all based upon Solomon's conduct. But once again, the Most High, through Ahijah, was saying, listen, man, Jeroboam, if you listen, you follow me, I'll bless you. Well, let's keep going. Verse 40.
Verse 40. Solomon sought therefore to kill Jeroboam.
He sought to kill him because of the insurrection. Don't forget. Even he lifted up his hand against the king. It wasn't just Solomon was trying to eliminate a threat, which he was. But it was also based on the fact that this guy lifted up his hand against the king and initiated a coup. Jeroboam initiated a coup. Solomon tried to kill him. That's how it went down. So it's just showing there was a lot of internal rifts amongst the nation at this time also. There was beefs between the north and the south. Before the north and the south was even split, there was beef. And if you sit back and read in 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel, there were always uneasy tensions between the north and the south. It was always that way. You read in 1 Samuel, it was always Israel and Judah. When they sat back and counted the warriors, it was all the tribes and Benjamin, and then it was Judah. They said Judah had these many people, but all the Israelites were together, and they came and fought 400,000 people. It was like that even in Samuel. So these issues and these rifts just kept getting manifested towards the end of Solomon's reign. All that unity that David did to bring them together and how he fortified everybody and brought everybody together towards the tail end of Solomon's kingdom, everything started breaking apart.
You know, it just shows you that they didn't share the same respect.
Okay.
Judah didn't have the respect for the rest of the tribes.
Just like when Ephraim was in power, they didn't respect Judah.
Yep.
Because when Ephraim had power, when Benjamin had power, they didn't respect Judah.
Yep.
That was the problem. Whoever had the throne, they weren't distributing consideration equally across the board. It was still tribalism amongst all the tribes. Whoever was the head tribe got the preferential treatment. And that was the consistent theme upon the leadership. So,
Verse 40.
yeah, read verse 40.
Solomon sought therefore to kill Jeroboam. And Jeroboam arose and fled into Egypt, unto Shishak, king of Egypt, and was in Egypt until the death of Solomon.
So now Jeroboam arose and fled into Egypt, unto Shishak, king of Egypt. Now Shishak was the king that came into power after the one that Solomon had the connections with, that where he married the other king's daughter. This wasn't Shishak. This was another king that came out that eventually had beef with Solomon. Okay, so all these things are happening in the midst of Solomon's decline. The new king of Egypt comes in. He's not tight with Solomon. Jeroboam starts an insurrection in Israel. Solomon tries to kill him. He escapes to Egypt. All these things are happening at once. Okay? Now we're going to hold this verse and go to 2 Chronicles chapter 9 in verse 29 through 31. Okay. Read on.
2 Chronicles chapter 9, verse 29. Now the rest of the acts of Solomon, first and last, are they not written in the book of Nathan the prophet, and in the prophecy of Ahijah the Shilonite, and the visions of Iddo the seer against Jeroboam the son of Nebat? And Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel 40 years. And Solomon slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David his father, and Rehoboam his son reigned in his stead.
It still doesn't go into how old Solomon was when he died, but I think it shouldn't be very difficult when because records were kept at a better level at that time.
Probably you don't have it in the Josephus.
Yeah, it probably will be. I just didn't get to it yet. And Google says it's around 59 years old, which is even worse. Thought it was 61. But to die at 59 and you had all that wisdom, all that power out? Sheesh. Because obviously he ruled 40 years, so that it gives you, I guess the approximation issue deals with the exact age he was when he became king.
Right.
We know he was in his late teens or early 20s when he was a king. So he had to be no older than 60, 61, 62 years old. He was in his early 60s.
And you know, he also said, remember, when man was able to go to war at 22? And he was able to go to war?
And he called himself a boy. He actually, he called himself a boy.
He called himself a child. He said, I'm not a child.
So he was under 20.
He had to be under 20 when he came in.
Because you can go to war 20.
Yeah, 20.
So yeah, he was under 20. So he had to be 19, 18.
Yeah.
So he died 40 years after that. So 58, 59? Yeah. He lived he lived a hard life. You want to see, listen, he didn't live the life David lived. David was fighting and killing his whole life and still lasted 70. This dude didn't lift an axe. Didn't lift a sword and died at 58, 59 years old.
Yeah, them soft hands out.
He had soft hands out.
King's hands.
He had king's hands out, and the Most High sat back here and took him out earlier.
Because he was causing damage, huh?
He was causing a lot of damage. Think about this. He had idol temples 3 miles away from Jerusalem. He had a lot of damage to the people. Through his negligence, he was causing a rift between the north and the southern kingdom. All that glitter wasn't gold. There's two sides of this situation.
Bring a lot of confusion into the city of Jerusalem.
Kinda.
On who to worship and who is the supreme power to worship.
Kinda. Who was the supreme power? Who was the supreme tribe?
Who should you trust?
There was some elitism going on there. Right?
Yeah.
There was a lot of elitism going on there.
You could do sin as long as it's outside your house.
Go to Vegas, man. Everything will be all right. Right? Nobody gonna see you. Right?
Yeah.
So 58, 59 years old. That's about it, bro.
It's not enough.
For a king, for a man of God. Let's see.
He wasn't going backwards, bro. He wasn't going back to old Solomon. He was going back to young Solomon.
And that's why the Most had to take it. He wasn't going to get any better. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, even the scripture talks about Christ, where the Most had to pull out Christ early to preserve him from sinning. He even said that in I think it was in the New Testament somewhere, how he had to be preserved, and he almost had to take him out earlier to save him, to preserve him, so he could continue to go on without sinning. So
Wisdom of Solomon also says that too.
Yeah.
Get Wisdom of Solomon chapter 4. Verse 11.
Wisdom of Solomon
That's
chapter.
it.
Yeah, verse 11.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 4, verse 11.
Start verse 10.
Verse 10. He pleased the Most High and was beloved of him, so that living among sinners, he was translated.
And that's why Christ didn't live a long life, 33 and a third year.
Yep.
He was beloved of the Most High. It says, and because he was in the midst of a bunch of wickedness, he was translated.
Yep.
You know?
Yea, speedily was he taken away, lest that wickedness should alter his understanding.
Because if the Most High left him in this place, it says if you're around wickedness for so long, it says that wickedness will contaminate your understanding. That wickedness will affect your reasoning, your ability to rationale or to have rationale. Go ahead.
Or deceit beguile his soul.
And deceit will beguile your soul. So you can only be around wickedness for so long before it takes a toll on you.
Yep.
Read.
For the bewitching of naughtiness doth obscure things that are honest.
Go ahead.
And the wandering of concupiscence.
And that wandering of concupiscence is that curiosity for illicit lust.
Yep.
That curiosity to see what's on the other side. To know what you're not supposed to know.
Yep.
To indulge in what you're not supposed to
and
indulge
that's what
in.
Solomon did. He wanted to know what he wasn't supposed to know.
Right.
Keep going.
It said that bewitching, that wandering of concupiscence, that's that curiosity. I want to see what it do on the other side. I want to see what the nations are doing. I want to indulge and to see what's the big deal and what's all the hype about. And why do they create these statues? Why do they worship these gods? What's all the rave about?
Yep.
I want to see how it feels. I want to see what it's about.
What do you do?
And the wandering of concupiscence doth undermine the simple mind.
Go ahead. It says it undermines the simple mind. Meaning if you're not just content with the knowledge that the Most High gives you, and you want to get curious and go outside that knowledge, you're setting yourself up for failure. You know what I'm saying? There's a limit to what the Most High wants us to know. And that is also evident when the Most High said he planted a garden east in Eden, and he planted two people there, Adam and Eve, and he gave Adam his understanding. He blew the breath of life into Adam. He put him in a secured place. He put him in a secured area where he only wanted Adam and Eve to know his knowledge. That's why he says, don't influence yourself by eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That's not your business. That's not for you to know. That's not for you to indulge in. So we've always had that curiosity, and where no is just not good enough. We want to see what's on the other side.
Why is no?
Why is it no?
How come no? You just give me no. I want more than that.
I want more.
I deserve more than that.
And that's how Satan deceived Eve. Because he said, thou shalt not surely die, but thou shalt become wise. Your eyes shall be open, knowing both good and evil. She wasn't supposed to know good and evil. She was only supposed to know righteousness. She was only supposed to know obedience to her husband. She was only supposed to know what her husband gave her. But she that curiosity to know something beyond what was coming from her husband, beyond what was coming from her neighborhood or her area.
Right.
That's something that we all fight with. Our people always want to know, what are they doing across the street?
What are you hiding from?
How are they living in the other city? What they doing on the West Coast? What they doing on the East Coast? What they doing in Germany? What they doing in Europe? What they doing? I gotta travel the world. I gotta go see what they're doing. But when you go see what other people are doing, You're going outside your spectrum of where the Most High. I'm not saying it's a sin of travel. What I'm saying is, if you're traveling with the idea or notion to indulge in other cultures, you're going to compromise the culture that the Most High gave you.
True.
And that's something that is showing how Solomon he wasn't the only one that since the beginning of time, this is what we do. It says that for the bewitching of naughtiness doth obscure the things that are honest, and the wandering of concupiscence. That when I want pleasure that's not designed for me to feel. I want extra additional pleasure that wasn't meant for me. There's pleasure that is not meant for. I don't need to know how it feels to lay down with another man. That's not the pleasure that the Most High meant for us. For a man to lay down with another man. That's not that. Although some people may claim it to be pleasurable, that's not the pleasure that the Most High gave us. Or for a woman to lie with another woman. I'm not supposed to know the pleasure of a woman lying down with another woman. That's not the pleasure the Most High wanted us to feel. And that's why it's that concupiscence. It's that appetite. That concupiscence is an irregular appetite. That's an irregular appetite.
Insatiable. I can't be contained.
Yeah.
It's impossible. It's once you open the door, it's almost impossible to contain.
That irregular appetite gets you in trouble. I want something, whether it's, that's why it says, taste not, touch not, handle not, for we all perish with the using. You're not supposed to taste things that are irregular. That's why the Most High gave you the law, but we want to know, we're curious about, I want to know what shrimp tastes like. Because all my friends eat shrimp. All my friends talk about lemon pepper shrimp, butter shrimp, filet shrimp.
Lemon pepper wings all you need, man.
Yeah, for real. Crawfish etouffee. I gotta try boudin. I want to know what that boudin tastes like. So our people are curious like that, and we know because that's high society, especially when the high society is eating it, pate and frog legs and. We call that's good eating. That's supposed to be high society. Fish eggs, fish eyes, caviar, lobster, crawfish. That's supposed to be good eating. Enemas, sea urchins, sea cucumbers. We want to know what that tastes like. Mussels, clams, oysters. I'm supposed to put the lemon on the oyster, eat it with some butter and some hot sauce, oyster sauce. Yeah, we want to. That's not an appetite. That's not supposed to touch our taste buds. But when you got an irregular appetite, you're bound to defile yourself morally and spiritually.
So I just struggled with this earlier last week. My son saw a commercial with oysters, and the first thing he responded was, "Oh, that's so disgusting. That's so nasty. How could people do that?" And then, the adults that were in the house as well were like, "Well, you understand once you get older, you acquire the taste." It's almost like, oh yeah, this is for adults, or this is for a higher kind of eating. This is not necessarily for children or something like that. So there's like a reasoning that they have with it, but if you go back to the law, you understand that we weren't supposed to be eating that.
That justification
and he has a simple mind.
Unlawful. Right.
That's a simple mind that the scriptures are talking about. Like, oh, that's nasty. Why would you eat that?
Right. But that for an adult, they gotta justify it. Just like I gotta justify putting a cigarette in my mouth. Yep. I gotta justify.
I used to be high society too.
Yeah. With the white glove. With the white glove.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
The long stick. That's what white folks used to. That was the thing back in the day.
But they also did that to make cigarettes more.
I know that was a propaganda machine.
That was done to make sales.
And then it was just a masculine thing. Then they had to sit back and create ad campaigns to say that women has the right to sit back and smoke too.
It was the Marble Man. It was a tough man thing.
It was a masculine thing.
You had Jimmy Dean, James Dean. I mean, he used to put the cigarette rolled up in his sleeve, and he have a pack of smokes in his sleeve on a shirt. That's a manly thing. James Dean. That was imagery portrayed to our people.
That's true.
That we wanted to follow and learn. It had nothing to do with us, man. It had nothing to do with us. Even tattoos. That was for sailors and thugs.
And listen,
like the Europeans.
Even with the cigarette thing, and the funny thing is, they went into one of the guys that was the father of propaganda. They went to him and said, "How do we we're making money with the men for cigarettes. How do we sit back here and get women to sit back and smoke cigarettes because it was looked upon like a masculine thing. So the slogan to get women to smoke cigarettes was, it says, put down a sweet and pick up a Lucky Strike. The point is, if you don't want to get fat, smoke cigarettes. That was how they went at them. I'm serious. That was literally how they started sitting back here and getting women to start curb your cravings. And then after that, they came back to this same father of propaganda and said, listen, man, there are smoking cigarettes now, but they're only doing it inside the house. How do we get women to smoke cigarettes out in public?
Punch your finger.
And then they sat back here and they create the propaganda to promote women's lib and to push strong, responsible women that are bold. They would sit back and pay these women's lib people to smoke cigarettes out in public. And then they showed and they painted the image that the smoking of the cigarettes was women empowerment. Then all of a sudden, cigarettes started selling like crazy out. Because they understood how to manipulate and get it was man and it was women at the house, and it's everybody smoking cigarettes.
Then the campaign turned to children. Then you got candy cigarettes.
Yeah.
I remember them, bro. They were lit. I remember back in the day. Yeah.
You blow the little smoke, and then it's like a little chalk candy.
Yeah, the chalk came out. Yeah.
Chalk candy. You blow the little puff of smoke.
And the ice cream truck out.
Yeah. You got 10 cents. You got 10 cents left. Let me get the candy cigarettes.
Yeah, man.
I got 10 cents left.
God,
you know what I'm saying? It's chalk. Damn chalk candy with powder.
Yeah.
Powder sugar.
But it's training you what to do, man.
Same thing with the Big Chew bubble gum. The Big Chew shredded bubble gum is just training for the Big League bubble gum.
Big League Chew. That was the joint too.
Yeah,
the chew. Yeah,
that's just for the chew tobacco. Now the kids feel like an adult. I get to chew. I get to.
And they will put the gum right here, here. It was right. They will put it right there. The image of the ball players was like this.
Yeah,
right here. Yeah. I remember that, bro. It's classic.
My dad.
Yeah.
He would have his. And I have mine. Yeah. We go on his, I go on mine.
You pull yours out.
Yeah. It was the same material of the container.
Big League Chew.
Big League Chew.
Bag.
I remember that.
Big League Chew was yeah.
Like a
I was on it, bro. I was on that.
I get to do what my dad does, man. I get to do what my dad
Game day? Shoot. It was on that.
Now, how much more?
Yeah, the grape flavor?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was good.
Grape flavor was good.
How much more of that now when your parent got a cigarette in the ashtray in the house? And then you're curious about why does he keep going to it, and he justifies it by saying it calms my nerve.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or he keeps going to the bottle every time I see him every day going to the bottle.
Yep.
Swallowing alcohol because he said it calms my nerve.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You're training
so
them.
you're training him. You're putting that it's right in front of his vision. Then you understand why the Most High had to eliminate Solomon so soon.
Yes.
Because that imagery and that influence was so powerful, especially when it's powerful with people in prominence.
You're seeing success, you're seeing power and riches. He serves other guys.
And you see actions.
You see other guys
and behavior. And then you want to imitate that behavior. You want to do, you want to do what your dad does. You want to do what your mom does. You want to, and then what parents do is they don't realize how much they've damaged their children through their own weak vices, through their own weak disciplines and weak behavior.
Yeah.
And then they wonder why the children got problems and issues. Then you look and say, "Damn, why do my kids got these problems that they can't defeat?" Well, I wonder where they got it from. Who introduced them?
I learned it from watching you, Dad.
Yeah,
that's commercials.
That's real.
Why you smoking? Why you smoking this pot? He said, "I got it from you, Dad. I learned it from watching you." I remember that one because it was a whole pot thing, a whole weed thing. The same thing's happening here.
Yeah, I feel like a hypocrite.
So let's finish up in Josephus, man. Josephus book 8, chapter 7, paragraph 7 and 8, and we'll finish it off with that.
Page 227, paragraph 7. There was also one of Solomon's own nation that made an attempt against him, Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who had an expectation of rising from a prophecy that had been made to him long before. He was left a child by his father and brought up by his mother.
And we know she had leprosy. Read on. Yeah, like Superman or something like that, right? Yeah. Keep going.
And when Solomon saw that he was of an active and bold disposition, he made him the curator of the walls which he built round about Jerusalem. And he took such care of those works that the king approved of his behavior, and gave him as a reward for the same the charge of the tribe of Joseph. Excuse me.
Which is 2 tribes, or it's a 9.5 tribes. Either way, read on.
And when about that time Jeroboam was once going out of Jerusalem, a prophet of the city Shiloh, whose name was Ahijah, met him and saluted him. And when he had taken him a little aside to a place out of the way, where there was not one other person present, he rent the garment he had on into 12 pieces, and bid Jeroboam take 10 of them, and told him beforehand that this is the will of the Most High.
Now, Shiloh was in Ephraim. Just know that. Read on.
He will part the dominion of Solomon and give 1 tribe with that which is next it to his son, because of the promise made to David for his succession, and will give 10 tribes to thee, because Solomon has sinned against him and delivered up himself to women and to other gods and to their gods. Seeing therefore that thou knowest the cause for which the Most High have changed his mind and is alienated from Solomon.
So he's telling them, listen, Solomon's losing, his son's going to lose his power because Solomon served other gods. Now you make sure you don't serve other gods, because it's going to happen to you too. Read on.
Be thou righteous and keep the laws, because he hath proposed to thee the greatest of all rewards for thy piety, and the honor thou shalt pay to the Most High, namely, to be as greatly exalted as thou knowest David to have been. Paragraph 8. So Jeroboam was elevated by these words of the prophet.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, read on.
So Jeroboam was elevated by these words of the prophet, and being a young man.
So now we're going to read the bottom. It says, read the bottom part.
So paragraph E. This youth of Jeroboam, when Solomon built the walls of Jerusalem, not very long after he had finished his 20 years building of the temple.
Stop. So there it goes. It took him 20 years to build the temple in his house. Right? Not very long after this is when he started building the walls. And this is when he was sinning. He was in power 40 years. He was breaking down by the 20th year.
Which does that mean that the Mount of Olives, or he was on the mount?
He was breaking down at 20. To the point that the Most High had enough of him and sent a prophet to Jeroboam and said, Solomon's almost out, man. So he probably was building. He probably, after that 20 years of putting his house together and dealing with his the temple, he probably did start building over there. He probably did. Because I just want to make sure it's understood that he didn't sit back here. He wasn't like old and gray and 55, then he started sitting for 5 years and the Most High took him out. He was breaking down after 20 years.
It was gradual.
It was a gradual breaking down process, and the word was out. Solomon was down after 20 years. Jeroboam knew. Jeroboam found out, set his insurrection up, got kicked out to Egypt, and had to post up. Jeroboam was young at the time, and Solomon was in his prime. I did that to show the timing of it all. Read on.
The footnotes is good too.
Huh? Yeah, we can keep going in the footnote.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we at.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
Not very long after he had finished his 20 years building of the temple and his own palace, or not very long after the 24th of his reign. 1 Kings 9:24, 2 Chronicles 8 and 11. And his youth here still mentioned when Solomon's wickedness was become intolerable.
So, yeah, I will. But he says Solomon's wickedness was becoming intolerable in that 20th year, around that 20th year time, man. It was getting, the stench was getting up to the Most High, and he had enough of them. So he was screwing up before this. Really, he was screwing up before the 20th year, while he was building his house.
You know what it shows also that our people say, you know, the Most High said the Jews require a sign, but when you, a lot of times we'll keep playing with negative, waiting for a sign to stop, but a lot of times the Most High is already departing from you without there being a sign that's evident to your face that he's already departed from you. So by the time Solomon sees that Rehoboam is being brought up, Solomon is not recognizing that the Most High has moved on from him. There was no necessary, Solomon needed a wake up. How come Solomon didn't get a wake up, or he didn't get a wake up call, or smack in the face, or something had to tell Solomon, hey, bro, you're going too far. So a lot of times we don't even know that the Most High has departed without there being a sign.
Yeah.
Without there being something evident to say, okay, I should have stopped. How come the Most High didn't tell me to stop?
God.
The Most High is unfair. No, the Most High has been fair, especially when you know better.
Yeah.
It's something. When you know better, you know right from wrong. You playing a game. You're taking big risks. You're taking huge risks.
You're building temples, bro. Come on, man. I mean, that ain't a sign.
That ain't a sign. Yeah, that you're wrong.
So it takes time to build a temple.
That's why I said he was slipping over time. It wasn't just he's old and gray and he's breaking laws. This dude was screwing up in the midst of him putting together his housing out. Then that's a fair assessment.
That happens often.
Well, I know what I'm saying is, if the temple was done in 7 years, his house took 13. I'm saying in the process of his house being built, he was dabbling in that negative.
Yeah.
While in the midst of him dabbling, you're building little idol temples.
That's what I'm saying. He had a lot of time to consider his ways.
And for a person who's already sharp and can micromanage things and can split his mind in multiple directions, he can keep the business of the nation going with ease. With this mental acumen, he can do. He can take care of business in an hour or two. He's studying animals. He's studying all this. He's writing all these books. And then it's time to play. Then it's time to do some dirt. That's how he had that ability. And yes, he was building at that time too, because by the time he's building the walls, he did that after the 20 years was done. So that stench had got so bad that he had to sit back here and send Jeroboam and that prophet up there. But let's keep going.
When Solomon's wickedness was become intolerable, will it confirm my former observation that such his wickedness began early and continued very long?
Exactly. The wickedness started early, and it just built to worse and worse degrees down the line. Now we go back to paragraph 8.
Don't drop it. Don't drop it.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Don't drop it.
So make sure she doesn't. So make sure she didn't hear.
Paragraph 8. So Jeroboam was elevated by these words of the prophet, and being a young man of a warm temper and ambitious of greatness, he could not be quiet. And when he had so great a charge in the government and called to mind what had been revealed to him by Ahijah.
So he reminded himself Ahijah gave him this prophecy, but he didn't remember the fact that the Most High said, wait till Solomon died. He didn't remember that part. Read on.
He endeavored to persuade the people to forsake Solomon.
So this is where it says he raised his hand against Solomon. He tried to set up a coup before his time. Read on.
He endeavored to persuade the people to forsake Solomon, to make a disturbance, and to bring the government over to himself. But when Solomon understood his intention and treachery, he sought to catch him and kill him. But Jeroboam was informed of it beforehand, and fled to Shishak, the king of Egypt, and there abode to the death of Solomon, by which means he gained these two advantages: to suffer no harm from Solomon, and to be preserved for the kingdom.
Exactly. Read on.
Let me skip it.
No, we're going to read it because I don't want to run from it. It's just this is misinformation. Read on.
So Solomon died when he was already an old man, having reigned 80 years.
And I can't say that he didn't reign 80 years. You can sit back and look online. He lived for 40. He reigned 40 and David reigned 40. We only had 80 years of total control and power.
Of a great nation was at its peak.
Only for 80 years. 40
40.
for David and 40 for Solomon. Solomon didn't reign for 80 years, man. That didn't happen.
We just read it in the second Chronicles. We just read it in the second Chronicles. 9 and 30.
Let's read it. Read it. Yeah. Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all 40 years. Yeah. So it was just 40. So this was a typo. Okay. He didn't reign 80. He only reigned 40. Read on.
And lived 94.
And the math is obviously off. So listen, if that's the case, check this out. He's saying if it's 80 years and lived to 94, we know he only reigned 40. So that means he only lived 54.
Right.
So we're still in that high 50s range.
Okay.
We're still in that high 50s range. I don't think he died at 54 because that would mean he came into power as a 14-year-old. I don't know. Nobody knows when he exactly came into power. We just know he was young. Maybe it was 14, maybe it was 19. Either way, it's even more sad if he came into power at 14 and he died at 40 years. He died at 54 years old. That's horrible. for how great he was and how potent he was, he made a lot of great strides for 40 years in the wisdom, and he did a lot of negative strides on the left-hand side too. That's real. Read on.
He was buried in Jerusalem, having been superior to all other kings in happiness and riches and wisdom, excepting that when he was growing into years, he was deluded by women and transgressed the law, concerning which transgressions and the miseries which befell the Hebrews thereby, I think proper to discourse at another opportunity.
So when it explains that, in his older age, but then his older age, he was still young. In his older age, he was still young. He was really breaking down in his 40s, his 30s and 40s, man. He was breaking down in his 30s, actually. 30s and 40s, man. That's bad. But we're going to leave it at that. I think we brought out enough information.
The fall of Solomon, right?
The fall of Solomon. That was the class. The fall of Solomon, or Solomon's fall. And we're going to start going into the split of the kingdom. And then the information is going to be going a lot faster. We're not going to be stopping as much because, everything speeds up after this. Okay? Any questions? Comments? Statements? All right? Majum, Wapanya, Yerah Shalom.
Stand up, face Jerusalem.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us right now. Send Micah Allah and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai? Hahawa Nathanawa Hathawara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Right. Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai? Hahawa Nathanawa Award Lara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
3. Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai? Hahawa Nathanawa Ha'ayo Korah La Korah Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai? Hahawa Nathanawa Shaman Zayat Lamashat Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord. And to sing praise unto thy name. O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness. In the morning. And thy faithfulness. Every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou Yahweh hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked spring is the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo, thy enemies,
For lo, thine enemies,
O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies shall perish.
For lo, thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity,
All the workers of iniquity,
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shall thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see
Mine eye also shall see
my desire
my desire
on my enemies,
on mine enemies,
and my ears shall hear
and mine ears shall hear
my desire of the wicked
of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous also shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall also flourish like the palm tree.
That was my fault. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
Righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Laduad.
Laduad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hasheman.
Hasheman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazaquad.
Hazaquad.
Zaquad.
Zaquad.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayaran.
Shayaran.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Paya.
Paya.
Madawat Yawa.
Madawat Yawa.
Kator.
Kator.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayaran.
Shayaran.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Aroria.
Aroria.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ah. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Ai.
Ai.
Hawalwalam.
Hawalwalam.
Basham Yavshai.
Basham Yahshua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
B'Hashem.
B'Hashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rachneo.
Rachneo.
B'Ashrali.
B'Ashrali.
Rabiyat.
Rabiyat.
Sepoyim. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
B'Hashem.
B'Hashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rachneo.
Rachneo.
B'Ashrali.
B'Ashrali.
Rabiyat.
Rabiyat.
Sepoyim. Yahweh. B'Hashem.
B'Hashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rachneo.
Rachneo.
B'Ashrali. Rabiyat.
Rabiyat.
Sepoyim. Yahweh. B'Hashem.
B'Hashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rachneo.
Rachneo.
B'Ashrali.
Rabiyat.
Rabiyat. Sepoyim. Barakatei Hawa, Barakatei Hawshai, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all mercy, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh. B'Hashem, Yahushai, the water, the Yad, Aman.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushai, Okay Yasha'ala, men of Israel, Muslim, Rock.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Kum Yasha'ala,
Kum Yasha'ala,
Kum Yasha'ala,
Kum Yasha'ala,
Kum Yasha'ala,
Kum Yasha'ala.
On the top, turn your face, sisters. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Muslim, Rock.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Yes, Matap, dismissed. Hold on. All right, shalom everybody. Y'all take care and see y'all on Monday.